Hello, everybody. Welcome back to my not so humble abode. It's been a bit. When was the last time I did some Umineko reading? I think it was just exactly 7 days ago, right? It was last Wednesday, wasn't it? It's been quite a journey. We got some catharsis for Maria. That was fun. That was a good time for her, where everything that happened was 100% justified and deserved for everybody involved. That was great. I love that. Remember, viewers, it's always justified to torture and maim the people who hurt you first. You read Syconia Phase 1 over the weekend? That's the one they're taking. Ryukishi hasn't done the second part to in a long time, right? Everybody's waiting for it. They're like, why are you working on Silent Hill, Ryukishi? Make Syconia. And Ryukishi's probably like, I don't know. They paid me a lot of money and I need to eat. That's probably why. But, we're in Umineko episode 4, like I said, a little bit of a summary of last time. There was all that stuff with Maria where she got really mad, but it was really fun because Rosa got everything that was coming to her. And then what happened else? What else happened? A lot of people died. That's right. We got some big murders last time. Kinzo's having a grand old time. He finally gets to be the center stage. Good for him. Please stop praying for Grandpa. We did meet Gop. We met another evil woman. I can absorb it in my personality. This is good news for me, minions. I love Gop so far. And then, literally, right at the end, I was like, oh no, they're jumping back to 1998. So we're back in 1998 in this part. Let's get to it, I think. Where am I? Who am I? Here we are. This should be it, right? Yeah. Let's see what's going on in that dang old 1998. My thing is off center. It's bothering me. Hang on. Wah. It's bothering me. It's now off center in the other direction. Damn it. So hard to find good help these days, minions. So hard. I try to do everything right, and the program, the OBS, is like, no, it's off center now. And I'm like, I'm gonna shoot you to death, OBS. I'm gonna get my big gun, and I'm gonna shoot this software. And everything will be better then. The clinic that Nanjo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. This aged doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different. Right, Nanjo said he had grandchildren, so his son must have been an adult in 86. So this guy's older now. I don't know how my dad died. Nanjo's son said that very indifferently. Can I pachinko this guy? Because last time it just, like, was the same sprites for incidental characters. Yeah, oh, wait. Yep, it's the same. He's just zoomed out a little bit. Must be really funny for people who played with the pachinko sprites first to go, like, to see that. Oh, wait, hang on, I forgot something. I guess now's a good time to talk about it. By the way, I'm currently running a donation goal. This goal will help to afford a Nintendo Switch and all the components needed to stream it. If we reach the goal, once I have all of that equipment, I will do a stream where I 100% item collection in Metroid Dread all in one sitting. So, if you think that sounds fun, please consider contributing. Remember, money is fake, and that's why you should give all of your money to me. Yeah, that must suck for him. All that paparazzi, even just on some guy who is kind of not involved. I think this guy has every reason to be upset. Oh, he's voiced by Nanjo's VA too. Yeah, I can kind of hear it. He's just trying to sound a little younger. Nanjo's very like, oh, I'm grandpa. This guy's a little not as old as Nanjo was in '86, I don't think. That's true. Anji definitely has it way worse than this guy, I think. The doctor finally remembered that Anji was also a victim who had been exposed to the same curious eyes as he had been. Nanjo's voice actor dubs Guillermo del Toro in Death Stranding. That's cute. That's really funny. Yeah, I'm not sure why Nanjo's son would know a thing. Nanjo had been bathed with attention for being one of Ushiromiya Kinzo's few friends. Because of that, there was probably an aggressive and persistent rush among the witch hunters and the press to use Nanjo's son as well, a surviving relative, as a source of information. The doctor went on and on, criticizing the press indignantly. Hey, it sucks for both of us. Maybe we can get along. We're the same, you and I. In the arena of having a fucked up life, I stand triumphant. Anji spoke sharply. The doctor, who hadn't imagined that he would be talked back to in such a forceful manner, couldn't help but fall silent. From Anji's perspective, the doctor really was whining over nothing. She really didn't want to be looked down upon. It was about time to let him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. The doctor realized that he'd said something wrong and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable. Juhachu desu. I really just don't think this guy knows anything. Like, I don't think... Why would he know anything about what happened? Oh, wait, maybe he does know something. Hang on. Intrigue. Dish the goss, girlfriend? They were bosom buddies. They were just guy best friends. Honestly, I think calling him extremely moody is putting it lightly. Rigorously is also putting it lightly. They were going crazy. We're gonna blackmail Kraus a little bit. We're gonna blackmail us back. Everybody's got dirt on every other person. He was but a simple man. Yeah, absolutely. Nanjo didn't know what to say about that. He's like, I'm out of here whenever it came up. He's just left the room. That man was dying. He had like minutes left on the clock. Yeah, you just said that. Pay attention. How curious. No, tell me. Dish it. Spill the tea. I need to know. I need to know all of your secrets. For a while, the doctor beat around the bush. But after saying that much, he wouldn't be able to fool Anji by dodging the subject. He eventually gave in, and after making Anji swear herself to secrecy again, told her. Oh, is it another bottle? I was like, we got 2 bottles, right? Is this gonna be the 3rd one for the 3rd episode? Ooh. Wait, so it said he sent it to himself? Rebun Island in Hokkaido. What's in Rebun Island? Well, that's interesting. I guess we know what Anji's next stop is going to be after Rokujima. Oh. Weird. It was truly a strange tale. I don't know what to make of this at all. I don't know if Nanjo is actually had a residence in, what was it, Hokkaido? Or if it's just some, like, weird trick to make sure the letter got to Nanjo's son specifically, and the residence doesn't matter. Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender. However, he said that he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant someone had faked his name and sent it. The destination was Nanjo Terumasa on Hokkaido's Rebun Island. Reuben? No, not like the sandwich. Rebun? Rebun? But the lot number written on it didn't exist. So the local post office had been unable to deliver it and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo's son. Spill the beans. Tell me. What's in the box? The doctor stood up and faced the bookshelf. There was packed a group of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental, meant to make it very clear that the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope peeked out from behind them. He took that out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with cellophane tape, and its faded color and dryness made it clear that it had been sealed 12 years ago. What's in the box? What's in the box? Open it. I need to know. Being so persistent that it was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a paper knife. Then, when he tilted the envelope, an already opened mail envelope spilled out. The envelope had a weight to it, hinting that there was something other than a letter inside. The recipient was certainly Nanjo Terumasa. Just seeing that was a huge shock. Following that incident, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he had eventually been treated as dead after going missing under extraordinary circumstances. And despite that, this letter addressed to a Nanjo in Hokkaido existed. One could almost take this as a sign that he had faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido.
南條先生は本当に北海道に存在を、あるいは同姓同名の人物が北海道に。
Yeah, I feel like this guy had to, looks.
北海道で存命していたのだとしたら、私たち家族にとっては事情に関わらず嬉しいことです。私も初めはその可能性を。
Surely this guy, like, searched Hokkaido.
しかし、この封筒の送付先住所は存在しないのです。つまりこの封筒は届くはずのない郵便なのです。
送付者が正しい住所を書き損じた可能性は？
もちろん否定はできません。ですが、住所の番地を見る限り。
What's the house number? Is it something, like, unique and weird?
北海道礼文島礼文郡礼文町 1-2-34.
Oh god, it's the number that was painted on the door in the last episode, wasn't it? Is that right? Up until Reben City, it's fine. But I just couldn't wipe away the feeling that the sequential number after it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, was a little insincere. Oh, right, no, it's not the numbers from the last episode. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's totally fake. It felt like a fake number that some kid had made up. So that implies the goal the entire time was to make sure Nanjo's son got it, and the address written on it didn't really matter. Yeah, that's what I just said. Sorry, I'm super suspicious. I'm like, when are those numbers that were in episode 3 gonna show up again? Because they seem significant, but they were never mentioned again. And Battler's like, I don't know what they mean, and that was the end of that conversation. The numbers in episode 3 were 07151129. That's right. 7151129. That's so specific. It has to be significant to something. If the destination address doesn't exist, mail is generally returned to the sender. But even in the case of an incomplete address, the local post office will often courteously, and to the best of its ability, research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they still can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. It seemed that the same thing had happened with this envelope, and the stamp was postmarked on October 3rd. It was postmarked on Nijima. Nijima was a long way away from Reben Island. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was probably a high chance that having the envelope returned to the sender after an unfixed amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. Why do something like that? Even before asking what it was that had been sent, the envelope was already wrapped in mystery. It is a mysterious envelope full of mysterious objects. After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already opened envelope. From inside came a small folded letter and a small key with a number plate attached. Then a magnetic card slid out. Oh my gosh. A112 was engraved on the key's number plate. That seems like a hotel-like number. Reminds me of Twin Peaks. The magnetic card was pitch black and had gold characters engraved in it. Members was written in English. The jet black, gold-lettered card design made it feel like something very high class. Yeah, I remember that part. Collapse Vigil. Which came out first? Twin Peaks. Umineko was written in 07. But of course, I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter. Its contents were extremely brief, and only the following was written. Oh, there it is! God damn it! Well, there we go, right? We knew it was coming up eventually. 07151129. Yeah, Battler said his birthday was July 15th. I remember that, which is, 715. I have no idea what 1129 means. I don't think it means November 29th, but like, I don't know why it would be the year 1129. Also written was the name of a certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the words Central Branch. Oh, is it a bank code? That was all.
これは
貸金庫のカードと鍵、
Yeah.
そして暗証番号でした。
So why would that pin be written on a door in episode 3? Who wrote that?
それも普通の貸金庫ではない。特別な顧客のみに許されているらしい不気味な貸金庫でした。
After he finished putting his affairs in order following his father's funeral, he had visited the bank. Pin and key and card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was kept there, and he had been naturally curious about what it might be. At first, he hadn't known what to do. The card wasn't something he'd owned in the first place. When he mustered up his courage and showed the card to a bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status, and was guided to a large vault on the 4th basement. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor had himself stored valuable items such as real estate transcripts and safe deposit boxes before, but this was something on a whole different level. Hey kids, the Golden Witch Beatrice needs your help. She's trying to prove that incompetent fool Battler that magic is real. All she needs is your PIN number, the numbers on the back, and your parents' date of birth. Unlike the procedure at the deposit box I had been using. Oh, weird. That doesn't sound very secure at all. What if somebody just steals that information off of you? I guess they're like, it's highly unlikely somebody could ever get all three. I don't know.
それで
カードをリーダーに通すと暗証番号の入力を求められました。そしてそこにある8桁の数字を入力すると認証され、金庫室への入室が認められました。すごい光景でしたよ。まるで SF 映画のような世界だった。
What's in the box? What's in the box?
びっしりと金庫の扉が埋め尽くされているのです。
He had entered that room along with the clerk. It seems that as soon as the card was read, the vaults he had a right to were determined, so that safes he could open were lit with a green light, while those he couldn't open were lit with a red one. It's like that level in Sonic Adventure 2. Okay. Oh, really? So there's other keys he needs? That's a lot! Right, so there's more keys to different boxes? This is crazy. Where are the other keys? As the clerk watched, the doctor had unlocked and opened the safe. Is it gonna be like some of the gold or something? When he did, a safe drawer like a large cabinet had opened, and an expensive-looking Duralumin case peeked out. That was carried into a separate room, where for the first time the clerk left and he was introduced to the contents.
中身は
Cash, huh?
現金どれほど
新札の100万円の束はちょうど厚みが1センチになると聞いたことがあります。それがこれだけのジュラルミンケースの中にびっしり詰められていたのですから、多分1億はあったでしょう。
Okay, so there's the gold, there's these suitcases of cash.
数えたわけではないからわかりません。
Unless the gold is never real and it was just always this cash.
フ
I don't know. It's so hard to tell how much of this story I can trust.
私はすぐに直感しました。これは危険な金だと。
It isn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in a cash and in case in a safe like that. It's much easier to deal with it if you put it into an account and turn it into numbers. When someone is unable to do that, then it's clear that there's something wrong with that cash.
私は頭が真っ白になり、すぐに関わり合ってはならないと直感しま
You
した。
know, that's valid. If you're a cowardly type of person and somebody just gives you a bank number that's like, here's a bank number, it's got a vault with a bunch of money in a suitcase. I understand why cowards would not want to get involved. That's a very suspicious circumstance. I would, of course, take the money. I would have no problem doing that. But I can understand the feeling of not wanting to get involved with that. That's very suspicious.
はい、そのまま施錠し直し、元の金庫に預けて立ち去りました。
It's a fair play mystery. Yeah, I know. Allegedly I am supposed to be able to figure it out myself. Like all the hints are there.
この鍵やカードも捨てようと思いましたが、何が
But I also feel like there's some aspect to this that is unreliable narration because so much of it takes place from
誰にも内緒で
an
12年
unobjective point of view, I guess. Like so much of it is from other characters' points of view. Because it starts talking in first person at certain points, and I'm like, how much of this narrative is actually trustworthy, you know? Like there's like points when the narration is first person, like Anji goes into first person, Battler goes into first person, and at that point I'm thinking, how reliable is this narrator I'm with right now? That's why I'm trying to pay attention to the perspective of the narration at all times.
あれが何の金だったのか、私にも未だに分かりません。い
この封筒をお借りすることはできますか？
え、この場で見るだけにしてください。
Don't take my things.
わかりました。では、ちょっと失礼します。
I mean, it's not like Anji needs that money. But I really want to know if it's just money in those boxes or other stuff. I took One-chan's grimoire from the knapsack I had set down. Then I opened the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to One-chan and compared the handwriting on both. It's the same, right? There was no mistake about the characteristic handwriting. The one who had sent this 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What could it be? Wait, who's this?
そんな郵便物が確か届いた気がしますわ。母ちゃん、あれはどこにしまったっけな。
Who's this guy? The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son. Oh. Does he have pachinko? You know, I'm gonna guess no, but let's try anyways. I think it's anybody who has like a picture like this and the thing doesn't get a pachinko. Yeah. See? You just get to see more of him and his weird hands. But he had been very busy in the days since and seemed to have forgotten about it while running around all over the place. However, its strange contents had apparently stayed in his memory, and he remembered as soon as Anji mentioned it to him. After a bit of a wait, his thin-lipped wife found the envelope, complaining that he always forgot where he put things right away. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was the same as Nanjo's son's. The sender was made out to Kumasawa's son, and the recipient was Kumasawa Chiyo. And the destination address was in the Okinawa Prefecture. Okinawa Prefecture, Yaeyama County, Yonaguni City, 1234567. Yonaguni Island was at the westernmost tip of Japan, and the lot name was the exact same sequential number that apparently had been chosen without much care. Now it was certain. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it to be returned to the sender. Okay, so we've got the northernmost tip of Japan and the westernmost tip, so maybe there's two other letters for southern and eastern? Its contents were exactly the same, a letter with the pin and the bank's main branch written on it, a magnetic card, a key with an attached number plate. The inscription on the number plate was A113, the number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo. Most likely, inside the vault was the same kind of duralumin case, packed with 100 million yen in cash. Where did this cash come from? Surely it wasn't. Was it Kinzo's personal finances, if not the gold?
中身もよくわからんし、薄気味悪いんで、ずっとほったらかしにしてて、今日まですっかり忘れてたんですわ。
He's voiced by this guy, Kumasawa-san. Son is voiced by Hideyuki Umezu. He was Lei Shu-wen in Air Guys, God Bless the Ring. Well, you always love to see some Air Guys rep, don't you?
お嬢さんはこれが何かご存知なんですかね。ひょっとしてあんたんとこにも同じものが
What?
どうしたんです？園児様。
Oh, okay. We can do this here, I guess?
うりょ。
I guess it's just Anji's mind space.
ごめん。頭が痛い。
Why does your head hurt? What's going on?
刺さってる。
Did she get one? Like, did Eva get one?
知ってるって何を？まさかこの封筒園児様のところにも？
I've remembered. A strange envelope was also sent to me 12 years ago. After losing my entire family, I was depressed. But it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so I still had a faint memory of it. It was a strange letter which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forgot the destination address, but the name recipient had been Ushiromiya Rudolph, my father. I remember how disturbed I was when I got a letter that I thought was from father, opened it up, and found a key and a card that I didn't really understand. I felt let down and threw it away somewhere, I think. Where did I put that envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now, I have no way of checking its contents. However, I have a general idea. I wonder if it's still at her grandpa's house. Because that's who she was with at the time. Kirie's father, who was not on good terms with the rest of the family. I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt, there had been a key, a card, and a note with a pin inside the envelope. Beats the hell out of me. Who's to say it was even Beatrice, really? Sakataro acted nervously. As I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off bit by bit. I can't be mad when you're around, Scrunkly. A letter is proof of a curse, that makes sense. It's like, you know, chain letters. Drain the blood from your head so that you can think with your brain. That's how it works. That's how thinking works. I know all the things. How goes Beatrice's Dick Smasher? Well, we're in 1998 right now, so we're only kind of on Beatrice's Dick Smasher. It's not such a Dick Smasher because she just randomly sent 100 million yen to some people. As Sakataro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. He took another deep breath and started thinking. But she didn't sign it or anything. It didn't say, like, from the witch Beatrice.
事件の後に
If Beatrice wanted people to think it was her, surely she would, like, sign it somehow, right? It couldn't just be for... I mean, unless the goal was just for Anji somehow 12 years later.
そうなるわ。でも少し疑問もあるの。なぜこんな不確実な方法で？不確実？ねえ、だって何日で郵便が戻ってくる
Yeah, what if the mail just got lost
想
somehow?
像もできないじゃない。郵送先の郵便局が調査し、送付先不明と判断し返送するまでの期間なんて普通は想像もできない。そういえばそうだね。ちゃんと到着の期日を決めて、そういう郵便で出した方が確実なのにね。ウリュウ。
But then it wouldn't seem as magical.
前日に投函したんなら、どんなに早く戻ってきても、きっと月曜日以降の到着になったでしょうし、死者からの手紙を気取りたかったんじゃないかしら。死者からの手紙か。確かにね。
I mean, I guess that's pretty spooky, but that doesn't make me believe in the witch Beatrice. It just makes me wonder, how did they set this up?
あれは驚くし、嫌な気持ちになるわよ。死んだ家族の名前が表に大きく書かれている郵便物が物々しい付箋付きで郵便受けに放り込まれているんだから。でも
What's the end game here?
私は何か腑に落ちないわ。私だったら期日指定郵便にする。ひょっとしたら想定しない日に届くかもしれないという不安定さが私にはどうしても理解できないの。ウリュウ、でも確かにそういうのベアトらしいかなって思う。え、
She's a
あ
freak.
なたベアトのことわかるの？ちょっとしかお話ししたことないけど、でもベアトならこういうことをするかなってのがなんとなくわかるの。
Her Keikakus have
マモン
Keikakus.
もなんとなく想像がつかない？ベアトってこういういたずら好きだよね。
She is quite the prankster, it's true. Most of episode 3 was one big prank.
確かにそうかも。ベアドリージュ様なら死者からの手紙みたいな悪質ないたずらはやりかねないと思います。うん、それだけ絶対確実な方法じゃなくて、ちょっぴり
That is true. Everybody's like playing, you know, talking up how Beatrice always plays around with uncertainty, rolls the dice, all that.
面白がる。
People have said this before. It's important to remember that Beato isn't always playing, like, the most optimal move, but the one she thinks is the most fun. We've talked about this. I remembered Maria Onechan's diary. It described playing with Beatrice very often. During those times, Beato sometimes played pranks. Where did I get smiled from? Sometimes played pranks on the adult relatives with Maria. But those pranks always had a touch of witch aesthetics, which was that they were more interesting when they were uncertain. One day, Maria Onechan and Beato decided to use a wind-up minicar she had brought for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time, and if you made the minicar back up, it would wind up the spring in the tires, and when you let go, it would race forwards. They had wound up that minicar and set it behind a milk jug. In other words, the prank was that if you lifted the milk jug, the minicar would jump forwards and surprise whoever did it. Hoping that someone would get caught in this prank, Onechan and Beato had watched the adults from the shadows for their whole tea time. They were looking forward to seeing someone get caught by it, but no one moved the trap milk jug, and the trap ended in a misfire. When Onechan had then muttered, "We should have put it somewhere where it would have definitely caught someone," Beato apparently said this: "The most interesting and thrilling traps are those where you don't know who will get caught, or even if anyone will get caught at all." It's probably true that you wouldn't get this kind of excitement from a trap that would certainly go off. Similar accounts occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person is very hard to deal with. I can't spin the chessboard around to find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. That's why Beato is based, yeah. Just have some funny little pranks. As Anji examined these, her gaze darted from place to place. Your friend commissioned art of Beato? That's cool. Everybody loves this funny witch. Then she suddenly showed interest in the wall. There, several framed pictures were hung. Many of them were commemorative photos from when the relatives of the Kumasawa family gathered or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa was in several. And she still wore a smile that made it so you could almost hear her lighthearted oh laugh. It's part of my distant memory, but I definitely remember that she was this sort of cheerful old lady.
熊沢さんは事件の直前に変わった様子はありましたか？
いやいつも通りに見えたな。親族会議はピリピリするから辛い辛いと漏らすのはいつものことでしたし。
これは？
It is pretty, you know, an edgy event. It was a picture of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. You couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit, as I wondered why anyone had gone to all the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized that some characters had been written with a pen.
ああ、それはお袋の形見分けでもらってきた写真ですわ。
Is that the church?
多分例の黄金伝説に関係したやつではないかと。
魔女の碑文ですか？10トンの黄金の隠し場所を示すと噂される。熊沢さんも挑んでおられたんですね。でもこれは碑文じゃない。初めて見るものです。
There was an arch above the Western-style door, and that's where the relief was. Yeah, this is the church. I remember there was something written above its doors. English words were engraved there, and what seemed to be what the picture was focused on. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese.
この扉は1000兆分の1の確率でしか開かない。あなたは1000兆分の1の確率でしか。
Right, it was something like that, wasn't it? I haven't thought about this in a while. You will be blessed only at a probability of a quadrillion to 1.
この文章、碑文にも
But there's also a
日記にも出てこない。
there's also a key for the door, so
お袋の遺品の中に碑文の謎解きに挑戦してると思わ
oh,
れ
that crafty Kumasawa.
出てきたんですわ。お袋も案外そういうのが好きだったんだな。
I knew she was way smarter than she
なんだ
acted.
ろう、10トンの金塊が隠されてたって噂だ。そりゃお袋も夢中になるはずですわ。
I bet even if someone like a servant found it, Kinzo would give it to them. Yeah, I remember it from episode 2 because Battler couldn't read it. His English is not too good. In both Maria One-chan's diary and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. And it talked about how it was a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land, Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, Beatrice's succession ceremony. On and on. Maybe the most interesting one was the last part about it being a succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you were able to solve the witch's epitaph, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold and the Ushiramiya family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title of Golden Witch. Among the Ushiramiya family household at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz, which the family head, Kinzo, had arranged for her to choose his successor. But with the marriage sorcière interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posed the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its ominous contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder, and both the message bottles drew a tale of a crime following that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. Almost certainly. This is the crux of the whole thing. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. It seems that many witch hunters tried as well. I also found theories like the La Plata theory and the Anora theory in certain books. I don't know what either of those are. However, neither of these theories were conclusive.
他にも資料が。
あると思うけど、 兄弟で適当に分けたからな。
The Lost Plagas theory? No, that's the
誰
wrong
が
game.
何を持ってるやらさっぱりですわ。申し訳ない。
この熊沢さんが撮影した英文だけ読むとめったに開かれない
One in quadrillion chance. That's a big number. Quadrillion is a big number.
あれは屋敷のどこかしら。光の具合から屋外みたいだけど熊沢さんはこの中にその黄金が隠されていると睨んでたのかしら。
さあ、いずれにせよ六軒島の屋敷のどこか。
Well, we know where it was. It was the church.
お袋の預金口座には残念だが黄金を発見したと思えるようなお金は入ってませんでしたよ。
The El Hermano theory.
さすがに見つからんかったんでしょうな。
The Golden Witch, Beatrice, gave 10 tons of gold to Kinzo, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the Ushiromiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans on Rokenjima on that day, sending large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. Like hell, it's a letter from the dead. This is a desecration of the dead. I was once again convinced. When my family died on that island that day, they didn't go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now, and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. I really don't think this is going to work out the way you think it will, Anji. There's certainly some sort of twist going on here. The last place Anji visited was a store in the region between the housing district and the retail stores, with a signboard saying, Maru Fuku Sleep Shop. Yo, we gonna get a sleep number? There lived the man who had been the boat captain of the ferry boat to Rokenjima at the time. Even he, who had once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness, and was now taken care of at the house of his son and his son's wife. Oh, wow. I don't think this guy had a sprite before. I'm gonna guess his pachinko is also the same, but you know. Yep, it's the same. Look, there it is. He's just longer. We just zoomed out a little. She was, in fact, baby. The former boat captain was in such high spirits that you couldn't really tell why he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear, too, and he could remember the events of more than a decade ago well, apparently even about how Anji had been at the time. The way he chatted on was very helpful for Anji, but at the same time he also remembered the final family conference very well, and the fact that he remembered even details like Battler's fall madness on the boat was actually painful for her. Yeah, that Battler guy was a real dumbass. It had been so back as then as well, but even now there was no public way to cross to Rokenjima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I'd been unable to arrange for a boat to Rokenjima, so if he refused me, such a voyage would probably become hopeless. Boatman is voiced by Yosuke Akimoto? That's... Excuse me. Oh my goodness. That's Master Asia. That's who Akimoto is, right? Master Asia? Yeah, he gets mad, gets so mad it drives you mad. That's cool. I can hear it now, too. Yeah, that even sounds like Master Asia. Akujikishima. They don't want to go there, it's scary. From the start, fishermen had feared Rokenjima as an island of misfortune, and because of that incident 12 years ago, this fear had reached a peak. They respected the sea, feared it, and revered it. They were almost no savers who would take to a boat to the cursed island. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rokenjima, and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this had caused a sense of mystery surrounding Rokenjima to increase even more, which had resulted in the propagation of the bizarre witch stories they love so much. Yeah.
最近はエンジンがだいぶご機嫌斜めらしい。
I love how he's just like, yeah, I'll do it. Whatever.
かっ飛ばしてやるわい。
The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rokanjima. Now, my method of transport to Rokanjima is insured. He was very quick to answer there. Maybe it's just because he's sympathetic to Anj. This is probably all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow. On Rokanjima, I'll reach the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years.
よかったね。これで島へ行けるよう
What a
になって
kind
ね。
old man.
そうね。船を見
I
つ
sure
け
hope
るのは
nothing
難
bad
しいと
happens
聞いてい
between
た
now and tomorrow to him.
船長が協力的で助かったわ。エンジ様ほどではないにしても、船長にとっても12年前の事件は未だ抜けないトゲなんでしょうね。ウリュウ、船長さんも心の整理がつかなかったんだね。ずっと。そりゃそうでしょう。約束通り10月5日にあのじいさんが船を出
That's
して
true.
大勢が助かった可能性がある。ちょっと風が強いからといって船を
Well, I don't know. A typhoon isn't a little bit of wind. It could have killed him.
ウリュウ、そんなこと言っちゃダメだよ。
Apparently, they truly had been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the boat captain, he had known for certain that they'd be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rokanjima on October 4th. But the family had been very persistent about the date of their conference, which had been determined beforehand. It was only natural. All of the relatives had been very busy at the time, and they came to the family conference only after arranging their schedules beforehand. It was probably a situation where they couldn't easily push it back to the next week just because a typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the boat captain's fault, but perhaps you could say that he wasn't so irresponsible that he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as these two said, there's no doubt that the boat captain had been dragging the events of 12 years ago along with him this whole time. And by taking me, the last member of the Ushiromiya line, to the island, and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for his past.
船は昼過ぎに帰ってくることになってる。
Well, he seems
それからあ
nice.
んたを六軒島へ案内するから、到着は夕
So
方前
that's
になるだろう。電気も明かりもない島だ。あまり長いはできんぞ。その程度の上陸で、あんたの気は済むかね。
長い下から何かの気が済むという船を出してもらえるだけでも感謝します。
うん。すまんな。わしが船を手放していなければ、ケチなことを言わず、好きなだけ島へ案内してやれるんだが。
It's not like I have a goal of doing something in particular on Rokanjima, so I'll be there during the evening. The evening, which straddles the two different worlds of day and night, seems like almost a borderline between this world and the next. Possibly 1998 and 1996, and it felt like the most fitting time to visit Rokanjima. It's not like I have anything in particular to do there. Just staying there for a few hours should be enough for me to find some closure. At that time, there was a small knock on the sliding door, and Amakusa stuck his head in, tapping his watch. I nodded back and told him about how I had succeeded in reserving a boat for tomorrow.
それはよかった。そろそろ参りましょう。船長、明日はよろしくお願いします。
Gotta stay on the move.
ああ、任せておけ。
Don't want those funny relatives to
お
catch
前
up.
さんたちの難儀な事情も聞いとる。わしも当時のワイドショーを見ていて、面白半分に事件をかき回す連中に虫唾が走っとったもんだ。協力は惜しまんよ。
ありがとうございます。それでは明日お昼に。これ船代に。
Anju took a wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pocket. The boat captain should have noticed its thickness as well, but he paid it absolutely no interest and shook his head.
わしはお前さんに感謝しとる。
This one's on the house.
これは天のお導きだ。あんたを六軒島へ連れて行き、そして無事に連れ帰る最後のチャンスをくださったんだ。 わしは金蔵さんに任されていた最後の仕事を今ようやく終える
Wow.
ことができ
I
る。
mean, like 1/14 of the job.
だからあんたには感謝してる。金は当時の金蔵さんからたらふくもらってる。あんたから取れんよ。
ありがとうございます。
Hopefully, I want to see what it'll be like when she goes to
足元
Rokunjima.
に気をつけてな。急だぞ。
I went down the steep staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. It was getting hard to believe that there was actually a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Most of the first floor was a bedding store with many futons piled up on each other. We weaved our way through the crammed futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Amakusa dashed out first and started up the car.
孫の部屋が空いとる。泊まって行っても構わんのに。見ての通り、布団ならあり
They
余
have
っと
so
るぞ。
many futons, like literally in excess.
ありがとうございます。
They have to sell them.
万一の時ご迷惑はかけられませんので。
事情は知らんが、相当な厄介に巻き込まれてる。
Lots of trouble.
うさんくさい連中が人探しをしていると噂に。
They're here. They're here already.
あんたのことじゃないのかね。
さあ、
Anji played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed.
わしは六軒島を目指す客人を送り届け、そして迎えに行き、連れ帰ることが仕事だった。その仕事を12年前に中断したまま、まだ終えてない。だからわしは、あんたのおかげでその仕事を
Finish
ようやく終え
it.
ることができるんだ。だから、わしにその仕事を終えさせてくれよ。わかってるな。
ええ、別に私は死にに行く。
He has been carrying that weight. You really shouldn't say that, Anji. It's not like I'm going to die. It's actually very likely you could die. This lady's gonna shoot you. But part of me does feel that if I could die on that island, I'd surely be able to go to where my family is. I've finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way, heading towards Rokenjima, in search of a place to die. The boat captain had guessed that as well. That's why he repeatedly told me not to die.
ええ、死にません。約束します。
I believe you.
そもそも私、どうして六軒島に行かなくてはならないのかの目的さえ、今。
いや、目的はきっとある。あんたにないなら、それは彼らにあるんだ。島があんたを呼んだ。だからあんたはここまで来たんだ。
Ooh, the island.
そうかもしれませんね。
Bad luck to kill a sea cat.
私は呼ばれたのかもしれない。
I was called. For what reason? For them. Father, mother, Battler Oni-chan, and Maria One-chan. Or maybe the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What is on Rokenjima? And what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow is finally almost here, I still haven't been able to understand my own mission. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard.
それでは明日、失礼します。
I'm sure nothing bad will happen to the boatman.
うん。
I'm sure he'll be fine. Winding between the stacks of futons in the cramped store, I was about to go outside. Then, my feet stopped.
どうしたね。
あれは
ん？あれ？はて、何の話だね。
Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed absolutely nothing in that direction that should have surprised me. That must mean...
ありえない。
What is it? What is this? What's going on?
どうしてウリュウ、レンジ、どうしてどういうことなのこれは。私にだってさっぱりだわ。そんなバカなことってあるの？これは魔法なの？奇跡なの？
Show me the thing!
ええ、多分これは運命よ。
I'm on the edge of my seat here,
私は
Ryakishi.
今 れが私の使命だったのよ。ウリュウ、私には何が何だか。
Shaking, I pointed into the thin darkness inside the store and froze up.
どうしたんだね。何があるんだね。わからん。わしにはわからん。あんたには何が見えてるのかね。
ありがとう、船長。全部。これは運命だったんです。
Fate!
私が訪れることさえ運命だった。これが私が六軒島へ行く。
No, I don't want to see any spoilery stuff. Even if it's something that's like part of a background in the PSV version that I would have seen by now, I don't want to see it. I'm going in totally blind. I don't want any hints in this form.
お嬢ちゃんが暗がりを指さしたまま固まっちまったんだ。
エンジさん、大丈夫ですか？何が見えるんですか？
あなたたちには見えないの？それよ、それ。見えないの？
I want to see. Hello, Lunar Festival.
誰も言いやしませんぜ。
ウリュウ、エンジ、僕には。
Come on, just show me already.
これは夢なの？魔法なの？どういうことなの？
Maho Naro?
エンジ。
Sakataro lifted his face toward Ange. From his eyes slid a single tear.
エンジ様。理解したわ。お姉ちゃん、そしてベアトリーチェ。ウリュウ。
This is magic, isn't it? Oh, I'm not allowed to see. Come on. Boo. It's 11 o'clock. Oh, we're back in 86 now. Yep. Gotta test the grandkids to see if they're strong enough for whatever. Once again, there was a call from Krause to the guest house. And the message was that Kinzo wanted to hold the test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to become his successor. From Krause's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized as his daughter that he was being forced to speak. And she was forced to realize that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now, and that if they refused this test, there was a possibility that the hostages would be harmed.
それで私たちはどうすればいいの？
Krause put down the receiver, then looked at the grinning Kinzo on the other side of the bars. Kinzo gave his next order. He doesn't look like he's grinning at all. Banish them. Banish them from the graveyard. Remove them from play. Oh yeah, I'm sure this will end up really well for those two. Alright, we're back to that garden storehouse from episode 1 that everybody was bloodied up in. Krause relayed the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa. Oh, simple is it? I have my doubts. Show me your resolve. That doesn't sound simple at all. Looking disgusted, Kyrie watched Kraus, who was talking with the children. I hate it, but for now, we cannot refuse orders. In this dungeon, a feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into a position where he might kill us, there will no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, the only choice left is to obey his rules without agitating him, all the while waiting for an opportunity. However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in this so-called test, and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, straining our eyes so that we don't let a single chance escape until the very end is the only resistance possible until now. While retelling herself this, Kyrie watched over Kraus as he delivered Kinzo's orders. I'm a doctor. I have lots of patients. You see what I did there? My buddy, my pal, who I have locked in a cage. What can I help you with? 金蔵さんが子供たちを試したいというのはよくわかった。金蔵さんの納得のいくようにするといい。金蔵さんの力がなければとっくに潰れていたかもしれない後ろ宮家だ。その担い手を慎重に選びたい気持ちよくわかる。Friends and family, dear Diamond. それにそのための親族会議だ。私ら邪魔はせんよ。Your brown-nosing pleases me. これは親族会議なのだ。私が次期当主を選び決定する最後の親族会議なのだよ。それでだが金蔵さん、ここはあまりに広すぎる。あんたのテストの邪魔はせんから。Please, Kinzo, old buddy, old pal. At Nandra's words, the slight signs that Kinzo's mood had been improving were blown away. Nandra was struck with a moment of silence as Kinzo gazed at him with dangerous eyes as though appraising him. Poor Nandra is just an old man. Oh yes, I want to see what the inside of this mansion, mini-mansion looks like. The mini-mansion. Oh no, they're talking in chess metaphors again. That wouldn't really make the situation better, which is what they're asking for. Virgilia had tried to help out, but in the end, Kinzo would not comply. You cannot break these cuffs. Wait. Yes, something would come of it. Why didn't you break them earlier, when nobody else was around? What are you talking about? That would have been really useful. You guys suck, actually. ゴールドスミスのゲームが終わることを意味する。あなたたちも、そしてゲストハウスの人間たちも即座に金蔵の儀式の生贄となるでしょうね。でも案外あなたたちだけかもしれないわよ。この状況を打開できる力を持っているのは。ね、黄金鏡にたどり着きたいんでしょ。Oh, she's doing her whole silver tongue whisper in the ear thing. 夢がいっぱいあるんでしょ。Gop, stop being a gossipy bitch.
そしてお嬢様のゲームです。
どうしたロノウェイ。
いえいえ、何も。捕虜とおしゃべりをしていました。お許しを。
Gop sent one final sneering smile at Canon, then turned away. Canon could only bite his lower lip and shake his fists.
くそ。よく頑張ったね。よく我慢したよ。僕たちは無力だ。家具だから。
Kagudan!
私たちは無力。
Kagudan!
でも家具は必要とされることだって。そして愛されることだってある。
Hey, George is still alive this go around. You do have a
今の
chance.
私たちは暗い地下室にしまわれているだけ。きっといつか誰かが愛してくれる。
Surely.
必要としてくれるから。
Don't call me Shirley.
だから今は挑発に乗らないで耐えようね。
お父さん、ゴーダたちを倉庫に閉じ込めるよう指示をしました。
よかろう。電話を切ってよい。
Yokaro.
シエスタ姉妹、孫たちがゴーダと熊沢を閉じ込める。
Use your special eyes.
もしも不審な動きがあるようならば、その時点で次期当主を選ぶテストは終了だ。
Alright, I forgot there was a third one now. When Kinzo made his order, the Chiester sisters appeared behind him in a line.
了解であります。石膏は私がやる。
I forgot about the new one, the blonde one.
556と410が
We got the primary colors now.
45は全集警戒。ダブルオン556はそうだった。すまない。いい子でした。だから私は嫌いに。
Who's 556?
いいやつは。
何をしているかシエスタ姉妹、我が命令を遂行せよ。
失礼しました。では監視に向かうであります。出撃。
Maybe we'll meet 556 later, I don't know. The Chiester sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Nanjo and Kyrie had witnessed the instance they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation, but they interpreted this as moving in and out of the darkness in a way that only looked like teleportation. Man, we're really reaching. And the two could do nothing but rub their eyes.
さて、私はテストの準備をしよう。ロノウェイ、ガープ、お前たちには試験官を頼む。ワルギリアはこやつらを監視するように。何しろ我が家具が2人いる。一応は警戒せよ。
He glanced at Shannon and Canon. Tightly closing her eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow and answered wordlessly, avoiding any unnecessary actions.
かしこまりました。注意します。リーアの老体には寒くて辛くない？湯たんぽでも持ってくる？うるさいです。早く追い
Oh, they hate each other. They hate each other's pussies. The girls are fighting.
さてさて、テストとは、そして試験官とは、お嬢様を楽しませる展開になると良いのですが。
さあさあおいでなさい。
Oh, the
ヤギの
goats.
従者たち。
Haven't seen them in a while. Here they are. Virgilia began to call out into the darkness, and from that spot, three massive goat-headed attendants suddenly appeared.
リーチェの眷属ね。便利だわ。しかも暖かそうだし。
They're very cuddly, right?
湯たんぽの代わりね。ならヤギより羊の方がいいんじゃない？カシミヤ雑巾のくせにうるさいですね。彼らは賢くはありませんが、命令に忠実で強靭な頼れる従者たち。
Turn the goats into coats.
任せるぞ。我が友ワルギリアよ。残りの者は私と来い。
Yeah, they weren't that much in episode 3. I guess they kind of held Battler down a bit. They went all Doom's. They turned into Rosa's Doom enemies. She went very Doom guy on them in episode 2. That was fun. With a dignified gesture, Kinzo fluttered his cloak. Following him were Renove and Gop, as well as the 3 recently summoned to go to attendance.
あなたたちは私と残るのですね。ついていかないように。
The goats jumped in surprise and then came tottering back. Kyrie, who had been watching stunned as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort. Your goats suck. They're dummies. Good thing my minions are so much smarter than the goats. Bunnies are way smarter and way cuddlier. She was probably embarrassed. Virgilia had spoken coolly, but Kyrie saw through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. However, on the inside, Kyrie was surprised at the number of people Kinzo had with him. After all, including Kinzo himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuadorian. Although this mansion had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known of its existence until today. Are there actually several facilities like this on Rokenjima, where many unknown henchmen that only Kinzo knows of hide? Just how many humans are on Rokenjima, locked away by the typhoon? No, on the contrary. Were we the only ones under the impression that there were only 18 people on this island? Were we, who bickered over whether Beatrice existed or not and worried about whether a 19th person existed or not, nothing more than the frogs in a well on this island? No, wait, not only that. By now, are there actually more people on the enemy's side than ours? My agents have stopped harassing your marigolds? Well, you're welcome. You're loyal, Hatsune Marvin, so I made sure that they stayed clear and ate someone else's marigolds.
Majo? Akuma? Maho?
Maho?
それを信じろというの？おかしいのは私の目？それとも頭なの？頭がどうにかなりそう。
It all seems a bit silly. A mass murder by magic, demons forming and disappearing into thin air. Setting aside the enemy's numbers, how should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of our world? Kyrie started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore. And while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she grit her teeth and tried to hold on to her sanity. Kyrie is trying her best. Go for it, Kyrie. Obviously, Goda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the Rose Garden shed, but they were threatened that if they resisted, the hostages' safety could not be guaranteed. It was fairly hard to get them to agree, but once they started thinking that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to the gardening storehouse was to be handed to them after being shut inside, and when it was decided that blankets and food would be carried in for them, they were finally convinced. Poor Goda and Kumasawa, they're just gonna be huddled up in there all night. Or, you know, die in like 5 minutes, whichever.
ここ寒々しいですね。私たちはいつまでここに閉じ込められていればいいのでしょうか。
下手をすると月曜の朝まで丸々一昼夜はいてもらうことになるかもしれない。本当にお二人には申し訳なく思うよ。
George and Battler cleared a space on the floor, then spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they had brought.
月曜の朝までを二人でこの量じゃ辛いな。せめて厨房に言われたなら。
It's spooky in there.
余計な場所には行くなと言われてる。私たちは監視されてるらしいしな。
There's like half a dozen dead bodies with their heads blown up in that room, in that mansion.
何もお力になれないことを申し訳なく思います。
Or like, I guess not blown up, but their heads are like chopped in half almost.
私どもなのに。
仕方ないです。それより熊沢さんをよろしく頼みますね。何が起こるかわからない。
Yeah, she's like a million years old.
いざという時は臨機応変に助けてほしい。そして何よりも無事でいてほしい。
ええ、分かっています。
Alright, Goda, you're the man of the garage. Chess, chess, chess! It's all about the chess. Goda stared at the floor, even now unable to believe what had happened as he remembered that atrocity in the dining hall. And he hung his head in shame at his failure to fully describe that terror.
ありがとう。くれぐれも注意してくださいね。熊沢さんも。
ジョージさんたちも
Goda will handle this. Goda's very
ご用
strong.
心なさってくださいね。
He's a big guy. For you.
私には何が何やらさっぱりわかりませんとも。
それじゃあ僕たちは行きます。行こう、バトラ君、ジェシカちゃん、ほら、マリアちゃんも。
Well, I'm interested to see how all this turns out. Looking at the pitiful expressions on the imprisoned pair's faces, it got really hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched. Goodbye! Goodbye, Goda and Kumasawa. Have fun in there. The shutter was brought down and locked. Then, George walked toward the small window on the side of the storehouse. At that side, there was a small latticed window that could only admit light and ventilation. It looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other hand, it would be hopefully to protect them from Kinzo and his subordinates. He opened the window and called out.
大丈夫ですか？寒くないですか？
Goda would simply lift Kumasawa and fling her at the goats. Yeah, it's like the bros attacks from the Mario and Luigi RPGs.
毛布をこんなにいただきましたからね。くるまっていればきっと平気ですよ。
I think it would have been funny if they were instantly dead. That would have been funny. But we gotta build up that tension a little more. We gotta ratchet it even higher.
ここじゃ換気できないからね。
Yeah, they would die of monoxide poisoning, Battler.
今は仕方がない。僕たちは人質を取られている。逆らえない。なんとかキリエさんたちを救出することができれば。聞かれてるかもしれないよ。ゴーダさん、これそのシャッターの鍵です。
確かにお預かりします。
Goda took the key, showed it to Kumasawa, and placed it in his own pocket. Oh boy, this sure seems like a setup for a locked room mystery. Because if they die in there, then you're like, how did they get in? They were locked in with the key. There's only one key to the gardening shed shutter. That key was being held by the ones locked up inside it. If the children had kept it, and had it stolen from them by some chance, that would do nothing but expose the lives of those in the shed to danger. And even with the key, the shutter could not be opened from the inside. Kinzo's demands were fulfilled this way. However, there was now no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This protected them. Kinzo had ordered that they be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that this cold, closed room would protect them. It won't! We're setting them up for a locked room! It's gonna be fun, though. It'll be a very funny scene where Battler, like, cries more while arguing or something. Jessica watched this while holding Maria's hand, then looked over the tickets in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, somebody was hiding, watching to see whether we obeyed orders or not. Of course, when we pointed our flashlights out there, no suspicious silhouettes appeared. But somebody was surely out there, hiding and watching. I was hit many times with an urge to scream at them, but I was able to hold that urge back through reason. The 4 children left the area, repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The light from the faint light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. I wonder if this insane incident will come to an end somehow, so that we can meet those 2 again. To George, who had closed the shutter himself, the resistance of that lock had made it feel as though he'd killed them with his own hands. それでも
テストだと。クソじじいめ、ふざけやがって。それで母さんたちが殺されて、父さんたちが捕まって、理解できねえぜ。ぶっ殺してやる。
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカお姉ちゃん。悲しくなんかないよ。
Yeah. They're all in the Golden Land. We know it. We get it.
もうすぐ魔女は蘇る。
They'll be revived and we'll all go to the Golden Land. Bonk.
謹慎なことで笑うんじゃねえぜ。何が魔女復活の儀式だ。
That's bullshit.
妄想はじいさまの頭の中だけにしときゃいいものを大勢巻き込みやがって。こいつは
Now, Maria, it's important to remember Grandpa is a crazy person.
ゲストハウスに
You
戻ろう。
shouldn't believe what he says.
おじい様から電話があった際に不在だったらまずい。
Urged on by George, everyone began walking towards the guest house. At that moment, Jessica turned in a circle, facing towards the darkness of the rose garden, and roared.
おい、誰か見てんだろ。ジジイに伝えとけ。絶対にぶち殺してやるってな。
I'm gonna get you.
行こう。
Of course, there was no reply, only the howl of the wind and rain. The children returned to the guest house, while fearing what was waiting for them up ahead. After they left, from the exact point in the darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up. They were taking a little peek.
45がすっとろいたらバレたね。竜王様に怒ら
I'm still not sure if they mean Pendragon as in King Arthur, but
ごめんなさいごめんなさい。竜王様に言いつけるのは許してください。黙れ静か。
Hana.
よしはったりだ。ゴーダと熊沢の監禁は確認した。任務完了。
Nimu Kanbo.
イエーイイエーイ。ないか。
Owned.
連帯責任で人参と水だけの刑になりたいか。行くぞ。
Remember, if your rabbit underling is being too noisy, you can just bop them on the head. I have this right. It's also my responsibility. I gotta keep discipline in the ranks, you know. The fact that they were being watched certainly seemed to be true, because when they returned to the cousin's room, turned the lights on, and laid down on their beds, the phone rang again. Earlier, Jessica had been answering the phone, seeing as this was her house, but now it was the eldest, George, who picked it up. This time, Kyrie-san was on the other end of the line. George handed it to Battler out of consideration.
もしもし、キリエさんか。そっちは大丈夫なのか。
心配をありがとう。今のところは快適よ。ごめんなさい。死後は慎めと命令されてる。
No chit-chatting.
そうよく聞いて。
Kinzo's all business. The fact that they were hostages still hadn't changed. Kenzo, or one of his subordinates, was listening to the conversation. Battler restrained the urge to talk about other things and focused on what Kyrie had to say.
テストはジェシカちゃん、ジョージ君、バトラ君、そしてマリアちゃんの順で行われるそうよ。
Oh, they're all taking that
順番に
test.
呼び出すから、それまでその部屋を出ないこと。
Jessica, George, Battler, and then Maria.
呼び出された者は一人で指定された場所に向かうこと。
Battler repeated it out loud so that the cousins listening in around him could hear.
ジェシカ、兄貴、俺、マリアの順
I don't think we should send Maria out on her
部
own.
屋にいろ。だな。わかった。マリアもなのかや。9歳の子にまで。クソジジイは何を強いる気なんだ。
Oh no, they.
後ろ宮家の命運はあなたたちに握られてるわ。頑張って。
Battler noticed the strange nuance in Kyrie's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. At this point, it doesn't make sense to worry about the Ushiromiya family itself. That probably wasn't the message Kyrie wanted to send. She probably meant there's no way for us to escape from this dungeon and we can only wait to be rescued. Our lives are in your hands. Something like that.
ああ、任せてくれ。
Battler will save us. Known competent person, Battler. He'll do it for sure. No more deaths.
受けて立ってやら。本気のテストなんだよな。マジにやっちまって。いいんだよ
本気のテストよ。
Go all out.
おじい様も本気
ダメだな。
全然ダメだ。
死にかけの老いぼれが俺と本気？寝言は棺に入ってから言いやがれ。そこにいるジジイに言っとけ。次期当主は俺だ。
Oh yeah?
その最初の仕事はてめえの面に鉄拳ぶち込んでやることだってな。
It's pretty based. Even without Kyrie having to repeat it, Battler's powerful declaration of war reached Kinzo's ears. Stop making that face!
バトラー、それは実に楽しみであるぞ。一度は後ろ宮の名を捨てた男が何を身につけ、何の境地に至って我が前に現れるというのか、楽しみにしている。そう伝えよ。
Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice was not picked up by the receiver. Really? He's so loud! Therefore, Kyrie spoke for him.
大いに上等だそうよ。いい？バトラ君。手加減は不要よ。あなたはルドルフさんの娘。
Kill that old man. Get that shotgun.
いいえ、私の娘。
Aww.
誰に自慢しても恥ずかしくないところを
That's cute.
私にも見せてちょうだい。
Kyrie and Battler had always kind of talked about their relationship as more like friendly. Like, I think Battler even said he thought of her as more of a big sister sometimes. So it's kind of cute that she's calling him her son now.
あなたに全てを託すわ。
了解だぜ、母ちゃん。あとは
Oh, even he's calling her mom.
私たち全員は当主後継ぎの資格を
That's
失
cute.
っている。もう私たちは取られてゲーム版から
Even though Kyrie revealed the true depths of her bitchery in episode 3, it never seemed like her jealousy extended to Battler. I think she genuinely cares about him. She seems to like him a lot.
だからあなたたちだけ
They're talking about game pieces again.
キリエさん。
The nuance of those words meant we've already given up. So forget about us. But for that very reason, I won't give up. I'll definitely crush this test or whatever and save everyone. Sure you will.
それでは一番最初のジェシカちゃんへのテストの指示よ。
Alright, let's see what Jessica has to do.
自分の部屋へ行け。
Oh, well, I mean, that's just what people tell her to do when they're mad at her.
自分の部屋？
I guess she has to get to her room without getting got.
お屋敷のジェシカちゃんの自室って意味のよね。
ジェシカに代わる。直接伝えてやってくれ。ジェシカ。
Well, we'll see how this works out for her, I guess.
わかりました。
Let's see how this ninja challenge goes for Jessica.
私からか。もう覚悟決めたぜ。行ってくるぜ。
It's Ninja Warrior Kojima. Even Jessica was probably tempted to succumb to the fear of a girl her age, but she crushed those feelings and strengthened her resolve.
用心してね。
私たちは監視されてんだろ。余計なこともできない。言いなりになるしかないさ。
食堂でジジイは何のためらいもなく瞬く間に6人を殺したという。それは俺たちに対しても同じかもな。
I realized just a second ago that the order of they're going in is the order of successorship, right? Like Jessica was next in line, and then George, and then Battler, and then Maria. If I remember right. I think that's how it goes.
返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
無茶はダメだよ。危険だと思ったら自分を最優先にして。クラウスおじさんが自分のために娘が犠牲になったことを知ったら胸が張り裂けてしまうに違いないから。
逆も同じだぜ。父さんと母さんが殺されて私だけが生き残ったら私の胸だって張り裂けるぜ。
Yeah, I've seen that in other episodes. You go fucking nuts.
さっきの話は本当だよね。
ああ、キリエさんたちはもう覚悟を決めている。
ならなおのこと上等だぜ。みんなの命は私たちの双剣にかかってるってことだ。人質みんなは囚われの身で何もできない。なら私たちが何とかするしかねえんだぜ。
もし 何かあったらゲストハウスに逃げ戻って、その時点で僕たちがおじい様のゲームに付き合うのは終了だ。
兄貴。
その時点で僕たちは宣戦布告。どこかに閉じ込められている彼らを救い出し、おじい様には叱るべき処。
いいのか、兄貴。
We gotta start
シャンちゃんがいる
blasting.
んだろ。
だからといって僕は座して婚約者が殺されるのを待ちはしないよ。僕が恐ろしいのは、おじい様にシャノンが殺されるかもしれないことに怯える。僕の婚約者に恐怖を味わわせたクソじじい
Yo, George's singular based moment.
ぶん殴っちまうことだけさ。
なるほどね。
I think this is a new face for George too. He looks very serious. We've never seen George like this before.
確かにこいつは次期当主が誰かを決めるってテストらしいぜ。
だな。クソじじいの顔面に一番最初に拳をお見舞いしたやつが。
That's the spirit of competition. You want to beat up the guy who pissed you off before anybody else can do it. George, Battler, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. Fist bump. Then Jessica headed off to her own room as designated. Her form disappeared in the darkness of the rose garden, waving in the strong winds. Watching her go, George and Battler gripped their fists even tighter, making them quiver. You will never understand a warrior's bond. Left on the second floor, Maria watched Jessica's back through the window. She wore a blank expression. Time for Jessica to go be a big hero and accomplish many things, I'm sure. But it also says no one is left alive, so I don't know about that, Maria. Jessica's form was already being completely swallowed up by the darkness. At that time, the phone began to ring again. Battler and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked up the receiver right away. Moshi moshi! This time, it was Shannon on the phone. And this time, the message was to tell the next person, George, where he had to go. Ooh. Intermission again. I wonder what will happen to Jessica and George. Oh, the big clock. It's getting bigger, and they also centered it. That means it's very important. What time is it now? 11:10. Just past 11:10. Of course, since the time of her birth, Jessica had been raised in this mansion. The atrophied Western-style house that the cousins called a mansion was her home. And yet, she never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. At the same time, she had never felt her own home, which she knew as well, to be as alien as it seemed now. Her own room. This had once been her hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, she had never felt as much pressure coming from that door as she did now. Yeah, I'm sure there's something very funny inside.
一体何が待ち受けてやがるんだ。まさか私の机とか引っかき回してねえだろうな。
She acted tough, trying to deceive herself, trying to make herself believe that she wasn't scared of anything. Readying herself, she opened the door to her room. I'm sure this will go great. Let's see what's going on. Let me in. What's the haps? What funny traps will we find inside? When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to be messed up, she relaxed. No one was there. Of course. There was nowhere for anyone to hide here. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. This way, the room was safe, and also closed, from the inside, for any future mysteries. She peeked under the bed and in the closet, but of course, no one was hiding. So it's a little anticlimactic almost. She looked at the clock. It was just past 23:10, which is 11:10. We just mentioned that. As her tension lessened and fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still about 11 o'clock. The plan had been for all the cousins to gather, have fun playing around, and talk animatedly about various things together into the night. Normally, we would have been doing that kind of thing right now. Why has that turned into this?
全部あのクソじじいのせいだ。よくも母さんをみんなを。
She shook her head back and forth with anger and sadness, but there was no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of the lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. See, she's perfectly safe. Everything will be fine. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, I want to go to the dining hall and see Mom's dead face. You know what? Fine, do whatever you want. Traumatize yourself however you like, Jess. Even though Goda emphasized so strongly that it was gruesome and that I definitely shouldn't go to look at it, even so, I wanted to see her face at the end. But we were warned repeatedly that stepping out of line even a little would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I closed myself up here, I might be saved. But if I don't open it, I'll surely be against the rules, and Dad, Canon-kun, Shannon, Aunt Kyrie, and Dr. Nanjo will all be killed. There's no way the scales will balance out between 5 lives and my own 1 life. Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself that said, "Isn't it okay as long as I stay alive?" Faced the door and made to unlock it. At that time, clap, clap, clap. A crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap. Oh, hi, Renove. What are you doing, Renove? Explain this situation, please, you funny butler. Oh, was that was the whole test? That's lame. That's boring. If I, the owner of this room, searched everywhere a human being could have been hiding, where did this man come from? There was nowhere for a human to hide, but could something non-human have managed it? This was supposedly my first meeting with this largely built, middle-aged man. I didn't recognize this guy, who looked like a butler and bore the crest of the one-winged eagle. I swear to God, every single time, I keep wanting to say one-winged angel. Sephiroth! Oh, everybody loves fishy aroma. I know I like it. I can't pronounce that. Unfortunately, Genji has passed away. What? Okay, you're just gonna drop this on me now? Is it like how Virgilio was in Kumasawa? So is Jessica just seeing him as Genji right now? Or not? I don't know. This is all confusing. Why did she even say Genji? Oh, that's okay, that's Genji's full name is Renoue Genji. So Jessica just put 2 and 2 together on her own. Okay. I never put that together, because I guess I should have after Virgilia came out of Kumasawa. That it was possible with other people. Okay, here's the real test. I thought unlocking the door was the only test, but this is the real thing. At Renove's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for a meal to be set out, many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere. As the cloud of gold butterflies spun around in a small swirl, they gathered in one place. Then, that golden mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold, wintry wind. And there lay a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest done on it in gold leaf. I have to super enunciate eagle, or I'm gonna say angel. With a gesture, Renove urged her to pick it up. Jessica timidly did so and opened the letter inside. Alright, what is the test? Read it out to me, I need to know. Oh, she has to answer a question. What, she's gotta write an essay? That's so lame. Shaking, Jessica looked between the paper and Renove's face several times. At that time, George, who had been called out after Jessica, could be seen in the arbor of the Rose Garden. Oh, this is a significant place for George. This is where he and Shannon hung out in the first episode. If things had gone normally, he had planned... Yeah, exactly. He had planned to give Shannon the ring that would be proof of their engagement here, at this time, on this day. Wow, what a mysterious connection. Almost like this is all planned or something. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon. Hello, Gop. George picked up the Western envelope, which was on the table where he'd once had tea with Shannon, and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After glancing at it, George's eyes grew sharp. So all these questions they're getting are obviously upsetting, which makes me want to know them more. Come on. Stop putting me in such suspense. I'm annoyed. It's annoying. I want to know now. It's so stupid, it's gonna upset you. Oh, come on, just tell me already. George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter once again, examining its contents. George and Jessica. While the tests given to them were slightly different, they were almost exactly the same. Okay. Oh my god, more riddles. More stupid riddles, of course, it's Kinzo. Sacrifice 2 to gain 1, okay. What is this? Marry, kill, fuck? Or I guess the reverse, because you're killing 2 to get 1. It's the silliest dress you've ever seen. I like it. I think it's funny. I would wear a dress like that. What's your problem? Gonna fight about it? Okay, alright. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, Shannon's life. 3, everyone else's lives. I see. Okay. This is a really funny puzzle, isn't it? So, if he, like, picks... If he picks, for example, his life, does that mean everyone and Shannon stays alive? So does that mean, for example, if you pick Shannon's life... Well, no, I guess it says gain 2. Okay. Alright. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. You know why it's on here, come on.
愛する者の名がジェシカへのテストの2番にはカノンって書いて
Okay, so it's the same for everybody except for the second name.
このバカな問題をジェシカにも出したのかい。
It's gonna be so funny when George says why it's stupid. I think I know why George thinks it's stupid, because I think he's gonna go like, yeah, of course I would sacrifice everybody for Shannon. What are you talking about?
ジェシカのことなんかどうでもいいでしょ。今試されているのは実に簡単な3択だわ。
I really don't think there's an easy answer to this one, because, like, you know, if this were like an Aesop's Fable type riddle, the right answer, the quote-unquote right answer, would be your life, because it would be like, oh, you're willing to sacrifice yourself so everybody else can live. You pass the test, you also get to live, right? That's the very kind Aesop's Fable version of this test. But, you know, this is Kinzo, so if you choose your life, he's like, you fucking idiot. Why would you kill yourself? You should be killing everybody else for your own gain.
他の2つのためにどれを捨てられるかということよ。簡単でしょ。それでも決まらないわ。コインでも貸してあげようかしら。
コイン2面しかないもので。
Yeah, it's like the prisoner's dilemma, yeah. Except, you know, it's Kinzo, so you want to choose the shitty answer.
自分の命を捨てられる
No one would throw away their own
いるわ
life.
けがない。
Lady, I don't think you know the people you're talking
と
to.
なればおのずと残る選択肢は2つになる。
Kinzo would absolutely answer 3, but does he think the other people's romance matters? I think he knows that matters to them, and the test is supposed to be hard. But I don't think that's the answer, like... I don't think choosing yourself will prove yourself the headship. Like, Kinzo won't come out of the shadows going, haha, you won. That's why everybody gets to stay alive, because you chose selflessly. Does Kinzo seem like the kind of guy who would approve of the selfless answer?
愛する者のために全ての人間
Come
が
on
生き
now.
残るか。一人でも多くを救うために愛する者一人を諦めるか。どっちにももっともらしい大義名分がつけられるわ。だって今やこの六軒島は悪魔の島ですもん。人間の世界に甘ったるい慣れ合いなんて必要ない。
There's also that, yeah.
誰も責めないわ。あなたの心の赴くままに後ろ宮家の家督を継ぐにふさわしい資格が自らにあるかを問いながら。いいえ、自らが後ろ宮家当主であると思って選択なさい。
Alright, this isn't... What's your choice? It's really, what would Kinzo do? I think. Fun times for everybody involved.
カニ仕上が
Whoa, you can't just drop the F-bomb like that, Jessica. This is a family live stream. No, it's not. Minors be gone. I'll kill you. Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor.
お怒りはごもっともと思いますよ。私も非常にお気の毒
It's pretty funny.
それで
I mean, it's mean, but it's funny, Renobe says. I don't care about human life. Ha ha ha.
自分から死にたいと願う人
And
間
I'm
なん
like,
ているのか。
same, bestie.
そして愛する人の命を見捨てて生き残りたいと思う人間なんているもんか。そして自分たちだけ良ければ他の人間すべてを見殺しにできる人間なんているもんか。
いいえ、ジェシカさん。いても良いのでございます。
His name is Kinzo.
ここは六軒島、悪魔の島。今や人間の世界から完全に切り取られ。
Cheese fondue. Delicious. We dipped it right in. All of Rokenjima has been dipped in the cheese.
人の世の価値観など次の燃えないゴミの日に出してしまいますとですからどうかジェシカ様が心より欲するものをその結果残ったものがこの狂った今宵にふさわしきジェシカ様の回答となりましょう。
ふざけるな。こんなのどれも選べるものかよ。
Yeah, mostly that little clause there. Yeah, he's telling her to make the loved ones tier list. Yeah, if you choose none of them, you'll still die. So I mean, you know, if you really don't want to choose, just choose the first one. Jessica-sama.
どうぞ後宮家の跡継ぎにふさわしい回答とその信念をお聞かせくださいます。このロノ親方様の血を引きし末裔にふさわしき素晴らしい回答を心より期待しております。
Oh yeah, I did hear about that Umineko Gold thing. That was like the project to dub it, wasn't it? It just kind of, it had like a Kickstarter and then it just kind of disappeared. Why did it turn black and white? Oh, that's why. That scene was observed through the magic crystal ball Kinzo held. Kinzo finally couldn't hold it back and, spreading his arms and facing the heavens, began laughing in an explosive voice. Now this is entertainment! Oh, they were going to announce a Kickstarter and then they disappeared. Oh, weird. That's even weirder, honestly, because then you can't even have the theory of they just took the money and ran. Oh, there's that face again. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Kinzo made this test. Of course he'd be like, I'd kill everyone for the thing I love. I don't know what your problem is. He turned to face the Cheester sisters, who had been waiting on him. I don't know a single thing, Lord Goldsmith. There's nothing going on in my head. Game over! Kinzo's just like yelling at the pink one, like, you're worthless, you're stupid, I hate you, kill yourself, give me $200. I'll insult you too. Yeah, of course that one's wrong. That one's so obviously wrong, right? Anyone in like a normal scenario would go, ah, yes, it's my life I must sacrifice because that is the noble and selfless thing to do. But you see, Kinzo is administering this test, and Kinzo is a bastard. The Cheester sisters' numbers are all ammo references, 00, 45, 410, 556. Yeah, I know, I just can't keep them all straight. I don't care about numbers. You think I'm thinking about numbers? I've got people for that. I'm thinking about what heels to wear tomorrow. Come on. Now hang on, Kinzo, are you saying all rabbits are the same? That seems a little racist. I'm gonna take offense to that. She's so stupid.
違うだろう。もう誰も死ぬところを見たくないんだろう。それがなぜ認められぬのか。認めろよ。
Old wound? Oh, that's right. They were talking about the fourth one, 556. I guess she got owned and died or something.
不臭にて鼻が曲がりそうであるわ。愚かなる腐れウサギめ。お前にはこれが褒め言葉である。
ありがとうございます。であります。
さて、最後のお前はどう。
What about you, you funny one? You're funny. Give me a funny answer.
から何を選ぶ？
にひ迷うことなく当然2番であり。
おお、2番か。愛する者を生贄に捧げることを胸を張って選べる者は多くない。訳を聞かせよ。
愛する者はいつかいなくなるからです。
Oh, I see the nihilist answer.
愛する者がいなければ傷つかないし、いなくてもいつかまた誰かを愛せるかもしれない。だから今愛してる者なんて大した価値はないのですに。にひ
なるほど。それでそういう回答になる。
Yeah, see, he's gonna say that one's wrong too. It's like I said. Kinzo's answer, the answer he considers correct, is obviously kill everybody so you can keep the thing you love. Right? He's obsessed with Beato. He's her biggest tier 3 sub. Why would he answer anything else? This one's really easy if you think about how insane Kinzo is. Well, now you're just making an entirely different theoretical, so what's the point?
これでももう一度選べるか。何が愛してる者に大した価値はないだ。愚かなウサギよ。自らの愛の深さにも向かい合えぬクズめ。選んでみよ。愛した者を忘れられると選んでみよ。選べるだろう。選べるものな。
Stop making that face.
ほら。
Ura. You look like you're crying. Come on now. You're gonna like fall over.
ゴールドスミス卿、それくらいでどうかお許しを。
She's like crumpling.
もうよいわ、クズウサギどもめ。お前たちはワルギリアのところへ。
You're all useless to me. Go away. I've had my fun. Quiero. The Chisercises, with their respective old wounds of the heart gouged out, escaped by disappearing. After that, even though there was no one to hear, Kinzo continued talking by himself as though in a play. Charming, he says.
実のところを言えば、これが正解という選択肢はない。むしろどの答えであろうとも、よどみなく、素早く。
Yeah.
そして確固たる信念と揺るがぬ強き自らの意志で選べるかどうか。その理由と
He keeps fading into that freaky face.
私はそれを知りたいのだよ。
I must test their resolve.
我が末裔たちよ。お前たちはどのような答えを見せてくれるのか、実に楽しみだ。
楽しみだ。
私か。
Who are you talking to?
もちろん同じ問いを突きつけ。
Wait, who gave you the question?
その悪魔の問いに見事答えたからこそ。
Oh, okay. Wait, I thought it was... Devil? I thought he made a deal with Beatrice directly. Is this a new wrinkle to the lore? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know, Kenzo. We know, buddy. We all know. We don't need you to tell us.
さて、そろそろ答えは決まりましたでしょうか?
As Jessica stared at the letter that had been crushed and lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the stir of wind and rain shaking the treetops. Regardless of how noisy that was, it actually made the stillness more apparent. Renove waited for Jessica's answer. However, Jessica didn't answer. Whether she was lost in deep thought or had stopped thinking, Renove couldn't tell. No, he might have actually known. But cruelly, like a demon, Renove urged Jessica to voice it.
どれも選べないというなら、そのお命、せめて痛みがないよう
It's not gonna be fun for everybody else.
頂戴させていただきますが。はい、聞こえかねました。
Speak up! Come on now.
もう一度お願いできますか?
You're just playing with your food now, Renove. Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Renove's eyes. It seemed that she had decided on her answer. That's a weird face. I haven't seen that one before, Jessica. It's the face of content, I guess. Jessica said it one more time, clearly. Perhaps Renove had imagined that this would be her answer from the very beginning. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded. Yeah, acceptance, not content. It's a different word. It's not exactly what I meant.
さて、このテストはどの選択肢が正解、不正解というものではありません。重要なのはどのような考えを経てその答えに至ったかという部分。さあ、ジェシカ様の、そして次期当主としての心構えを持ってそれをお答えください。
別に死にたくて1番目を選んだわけじゃないさ。2番のカノン君を死なせること、こんなのもちろん論外だから除外。3番のその他みんなの命、こんなのももちろん論外だから。
Where's your boy Battler at? He's still at the guest house. He's hanging out with Maria right now. Jessica and George got sent out first in the cold, cold rain.
そしたら1番目の選択肢しか残らなかった。
消去法ですか。積極的にお選びになったわけではない。
That's why, and that is why you failed. After chuckling slightly, Renove dropped his gaze. A human couldn't even imagine what answer a demon would have been expecting. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Renove's expectations.
悪くはありませんが。
It's kind of middling. Yeah, this is episode 4.
60点というところ。
60%? That's not a passing grade.
少し失望しましたよ。
自信を持って選べみたいなこと言っておいて、そうしてやったら失望とは自分勝手な野郎だ。
消去法というだけではないようですね。いずれ
Dumb.
にせよ落第点ですが、もう少しお考えがあるようだ。
Dumb.
伺いましょう。
死にたくないさ。だから1番なんて誰だって選びたくない。
Tell me more.
人は幸せに生きたくて生の限りだから本当はまず1番目なんてありえないはずなんだ。
しかしあなたは1番目の選択肢、自分の命を捨てることを選んだ。その選択肢しか残らなかった。
一応それぞれの選択肢を選んだ
The
後の未来のことを
future!
考えてみたぜ。
ほう、いかがでしたか？
まずカノン君を死なせてみた。私は自分の大好きな人を見捨ててまで生きるの
Not fun.
想像してみた。
それはどんな生涯でしたか？
生きるにも値しない最低の女だった。いつまでも自らの選択を悔やみ、ただ後悔だけのために。
Yeah, that's true. I feel like Battler will be given something different. Or like a different second option that isn't like a person.
捨てて生きることを選んだ最低の女なんて私には許せない。私が自ら引導を渡してやる。
I definitely think this test is more relevant to Jessica and George than it is Battler and Maria. So I think they'll be given something different.
勇ましい。では、3番目の選択肢も考えられたのでは？
はあ、私とカノン君以外の全員を死なせても見た。カノン君はそんな私を好きになるはずはない。そして私もまた、いくらカノン君がいても、そのために見捨てた大勢の命が生涯十字架となってのしかかってきた。そしてその十字架はカノン君にまでのしかかった。私はカノン君に十字架を背負わせるために愚かな選択肢を
Do
選んだ。
not, you heard it here first, do not put Kanon-kun on the
も
cross.
しそんなことをする
He will not die for our sins.
私はその未来の私を許さない。その女にも私が引導を渡してやる。
Jessica had pictured it in her mind. The future her beyond each three choices. There were 3 Jessicas. Of the 3, 2 had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile at Kanon.
私さ、生意気にもカノン君に説教したことがあるぜ。自分の人生を
You did say that. That was like 2 episodes ago, but I remember.
自分の人生を思いっきり生きる。味わいある言葉ですね。それは意外にとても難しいものです。
だからさ、私が胸を張ってカノン君に見せなきゃならないんだよ。胸を張ってお天道様を真正面から見て、思い切り笑顔でいられる生き方ってやつを。
あなたの自己犠牲をカノンは受け入れられるでしょうか？あなたの身勝手な選択が余計に彼を傷つけてしまうことには思いが痛い。
だから伝言を頼む。
Oops.
お聞きはしますが、何しろ私
I'm
は
not qualified to do anything. I don't have to make a
約
promise.
束は守らないかもしれませんよ。
I don't owe you a damn thing.
約束。
Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she didn't think at all that she would be betrayed. At that extremely innocent smile, Renove closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders.
いいでしょう。
Oh, okay, fine. You charmed me.
彼に何と伝えればよろしいですか？
カノン君の思いっきりの人生を生きて。ちょっと違う。カノン君のじゃない。本当の名前は未だに教えてもらえないけど。
Yeah, we're still wondering about that. I feel like this is another important mystery is what Kanon's real name is.
カノン君の人生を思いっきり生きて。
Because we know Shannon's, it's like Seiyo or something.
お嬢様。
ジェシカ、お前というやつは。
Kraus is just like, oh god, oh good, I didn't fuck up that bad.
可能性もありました。幸運でしたね。私がこの光景を見せていて。
A musty 3-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a 3-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies, nor did they wonder why these scenes with Jessica and George were reflected on it. Because the reflected scenes themselves were more important. I feel like that might be telling me something, the reader.
こいつのために命をも投げ出せるというのか。
申し訳ありません。
Kraus looked at Canon with a complicated expression mixed in with a bitter smile. Canon wouldn't meet his eyes.
ワルギリア様、お嬢様が命を落とされることはありません。僕を殺してください。2番目の選択肢。
That's not how this works, Canon.
変えて、それで全ては丸く収まる。
That's not really how this test works. You've misunderstood the assignment.
その願いを私に叶えることはできませんよ。これはジェシカの選んだ自らの選択なのですから。
The girlies. At that time, suddenly, the air split and the Cheester sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest. Kimza was mean to us! Okay, I didn't expect them to literally say that.
私だって待ってるのであります。潰して家畜の餌とかあんまりであります。
Virgilia, who still didn't have a clue what was going on, was mobbed by the sobbing Cheester sisters.
はいはい、大丈夫ですよ、大丈夫ですよ。泣かないで、泣かないで。美味しいお紅茶を入れてあげますからね。
Delicious tea?
お前たち、ここの見張りを任せます。不審な真似をしたらすぐに知らせるのですよ。
The goat attendants all faced each other, nodding their heads. Virgilia took the Cheester sisters and left. The sound of them going upstairs could be heard, so they had probably gone to an upper floor. Hey, what's up, fellas? Just you, me and you.
このヤギ頭どもは頭が悪いんだ。
They are pretty stupid.
うまく騙せないかしら。
Kyrie realized that an opportunity had arrived, but even so, she hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. The Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror had her eyes closed, as though in contemplation. The way she had both hands stuck into her pockets, wanting to be defiant until the very end, might have been her own aesthetic stance.
私の言い分は以上だ。殺せよ。
わかりました。それではご安心を。あなたへの死はどんな眠りよりも優しく慈悲深いものにいたします。
As Renove raised his palm, he slowly approached Jessica. Use your energy sword Sunday, Canon! Realizing that his daughter was about to be killed, Kraus went half mad and repeatedly body slammed the metal bars. The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking those bars. Kraus's pointless efforts certainly may have been comical, but Kraus was giving it everything he had. He was now living with all he had as Jessica's father so that he could save her. Canon made tight fists with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars. But there was a full 3 goats. There was no way he could defeat the 3 of them in an instant. I don't know, you beat the steak last time. She's pretty fast. It would instantly be reported, and then even Virgilia and the Cheester sisters would probably dash in. Even if he could break the bars, that would be the end of it. It was useless. Canon already knew that the witch sneered at useless efforts like that, so he could do nothing but stare at Kraus's repeated body slams. Shannon, who had been looking at the 3-sided mirror, raised her voice. When they looked, they could see George, who had been silent the whole time, lift his face. It seemed that George had also decided on an answer. Gosh, I wonder what it'll be.
決まった？君の答え。
ああ、決まったよ。
それは揺るぎない答
ああ、揺るぎないね。
え？なら聞かせてもらうわ。ああ、ちなみにジェシカはどうも自分の命を差し出すことを選んだようよ。
Definitely not trying to be an influence.
優柔不断な君も同じ答えを選んだって言うんじゃないでしょうね。
ジェシカはジェシカの答えを出したのさ。それがどの選択であろうとも、それはジェシカの答えだ。僕の答えに何も干渉しないよ。
Oh, I know it. I know it. I knew it.
そう。 なら改めて聞くわ。以下に掲げる3つのうち2つを得るために1つを生贄に捧げる。1、2、シャノンの命。3、それ以外の全員の命。あなたが選んだのは
This is gonna be good.
どれ？まさかジェシカと同じ1番？
This is gonna be
違
good.
うね。
Yeah, I knew it!
へえ。
Gop looked a little surprised, because she had thought this timid-looking man would obviously choose that option.
ならよかったわ。私にとって一番退屈な選択肢が外れてくれてよかった。じゃあ、まさかとは思うけど、2番シャノンの命を。
Of course not. Who do you think you're talking to? I knew it.
まさか
I fucking knew it, George. Oh, George, you never
今夜
disappoint
まさに
me.
婚約指輪を贈ろうという相手をどうして僕が。
これは大胆だわ。
He has one goal, and it's that pussy.
そうさ。僕の答えは3番さ。
George took the third option, everyone else's lives. Unsurprisingly, Gap hadn't imagined that he'd give an answer like that. She had been sure that he'd choose the same one as Jessica. So, she was interested in how he had reached that answer. How he had reached an answer that had surpassed the imagination of the 33rd ranked of the 72 demons.
聞かせてほしいわ。自分と愛する婚約者だけが無事で、それ以外の全てを犠牲にできる境地というのも聞かせてほしいわ。
I think that's pretty much it. He doesn't care about anyone but Shannon, really.
消去法というやつ。
違うね。はっきりこれしか僕には選択肢がないのさ。
自分さえ良ければいいと。愛する女
I don't think he thinks of it that way.
世界を犠牲にできると。
君は何を言っているんだい？
何？
George faced the demon as he spoke, almost as though he was disgusted.
僕は今夜ここにシャノンを呼び出し、婚約の証である指輪を渡すつもりだった。僕とシャノンの婚約を祝福しない者もきっと多いだろう。
He's like, yeah, my family wouldn't approve of this. Why should I care about them?
僕は彼女との婚約を宣言することで親族すべてを敵に回すと覚悟していた。
And now his parents are dead, so the parents he liked are dead, so like whatever, right?
この島に訪れたその時から、いや違う。彼女に婚約したいと打ち明けたその時からね。
I feel like the only one George really cared about, like, hurting with this decision were Eva and Hideyoshi, and they both got so, you know, whatever.
結婚さえできれば他の何もかも犠牲にできると。
結婚とは自分は生涯妻の味方であり続けるということだ。
George says I'm an ally to women, but really one woman.
僕にはその時点で彼女のために世界のすべてを敵に回す覚悟があるんだ。
Those words through the three-sided mirror also reached Shannon's ears, and that determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had promised to be given an engagement ring tonight. Then, this incident had occurred, and she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. And, as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down.
それはなんともふるった答えだことね。なるほど。よく考えたら君にこれは気楽な選択肢だよ。だって君の
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
第一の晩にすでに殺されちゃってるんだもんね。今さら君にとって死んで困る人間は誰もいない。なるほど。
Always the pragmatist, that George.
何とでも言うがいい。これが僕の、そして僕の次期当主としての覚悟と選択だ。
The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliantly sharp. For just an instant, Gop felt that sense of threat as Kinzo's, and was slightly overwhelmed.
なるほど。ゴールドスミスと同じ答え。
Yeah, of course.
というわけ。君もあどけなさそうな顔して。
Of course.
とんだ悪魔になるわけね。なんだ。私たちとてもうまくやれそうじゃない。君がゴールドスミスの後を継ぐ。そしてやがては私は召喚され、君に仕えることもあるかもしれない。それも案外面白いかもしれないわね。
Gop had needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore a determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance, and not just now, but since the very beginning.
僕には今すぐ闘志を継承する覚悟がある。いや違うね。君はこのテストを闘志として考えろ。
Yeah, also, yeah, you know, do as Kinzo would.
だから僕は自分が闘志であると前提して答えたんだ。いや、それすら違う。闘志そのものとして考えた。僕は今、後ろ宮家の
Alright, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, George. We still got Battler and Maria left. Let's not get crazy here, buddy. That lightning flash was pretty ominous.
見事だわ。そこまで言えるなんてね。君はどうやらかなりの大物だわ。バトラとマリアのテストはまだだけど、私は君が合格でいい気がする。でもその答えがかけねなしの本当のものならね。
僕の覚悟を疑うというのか。
君が選んだ選択肢を実行できる。
Ah, she's like, you gotta be the one to do it. You gonna kill all of them yourself?
自らの手でこの島に存在するすべての命を生贄に捧げることができる。自らの手でよ。
Pick up that shoddy, George. Get to work, buddy. That's a good face. That's a great face. I got to see the Pachinko version of this one. Ooh. That, oh, it's not as good. It's still pretty funny, though. He just looks kind of constipated in this one.
その覚悟はあると僕は何度も言っている。
Will he back down? Oh, no. No, he won't. I really don't think so.
ならば今すぐゲストハウスに戻る。バトラとマリアを殺しなさい。それが終わったら他の人質たちも連れてきてあげる。君の手でシャノン以外の全員をその目の前で処刑してみせるのよ。できるんでしょ？
できるね。
Wow, he's all in, baby, 100%.
僕の覚悟は君程度のそれとはレベルが違う。
That wasn't really speaking in white. That was more bold. It's emphasis. I don't think that one's actually magic speak like the blue and red.
新しき後ろ宮家の当主としてこの血塗られた儀式の遂行を。
了解したよ。実行する。
Oh boy, fun, fun, fun in the sun, sun, sun.
僕は今やもう後ろ宮家の当主だ。
ええ、そうよ。自らの手でその玉座を赤く染めなさい。君は悪魔たちを滑る魔界の王となる。
The great time for George. Gop was convinced. This man truly was fitting to succeed Kinzo's madness. George says, you're all pretty cool. Don't go to Rokenjima tomorrow. In response to the demon's call, a tempest raged more and more. Then a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant light giving the sensation of a moment of silence.
でさ、その殺害の順番だけど、僕が決めていいわけだよね。
どうぞご自由に。 新しき六軒島の魔王陛下、あなたの御心の赴くままに。
とりあえずさ、
He's gonna start with her.
その一番目が君になるわけだけど。
I knew it. George is so funny. A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as if it was a cloak. Out-fucking-skilled. It was very much like the cloak worn by the head. It would definitely carry the impression of dignity. At that time, Gop truly did see the worm wiped away, and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. The man who called himself the new head bore the full moon on his back and sneered at the demon.
後宮家親族のすべての命さえも今や僕の財産だ。それに損害を出してくれた賠償、安くは済まないよ。まさか僕の両親に夏日おばさん、ルドルフおじさん、ローザおばさん、そして源氏さんの命を奪っておいて、この僕が見逃すと本気で思ってるのかい。
はは生意気よ。
It's kind of based, honestly. He's like, sure, I'll kill my entire family, but I'll get you first. Winove was trying to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart. But right before he could, his hand stopped. Nani? On the carpet at their feet, 2 small red flowers bloomed with a plop plop. The seed of those flowers was way up high, piercing into the heavens on Jessica's fist. Rodove's nose was stained red with spewing blood, and those drops had been dripping onto the carpets.
ちなみにさっきのは乙女としての回答。
The guitars?
回答は別だぜ。
お伺いします。
Hang on.
大好きな人も家族も親族もみんな私が守る。私が当主ならそれは。
She literally said, fuck your test.
お父さんは威張ってるだけじゃない。私や母さんを守ってた。後ろ宮家を受け継ぐ重圧ってやつと。
She's like, just try to kill me and my family. I'll just beat you up.
だからわかるぜ。次期当主ってのはな、軽くねえんだよ。
Fuck your rules.
だからさ、捨てられるんだよ。自分の命くらい簡単にかけられちまうんだよ。
Jessica knew. She knew that in order to protect her family, her father had bluffed and fought alone continuously. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Renove's face. Wow, she's just beating the shit out of him. That terrifying strike wasn't due just to the brass knuckles she was using. Where did she get those? It was a strike of a person, a family head, who could throw away everything in order to protect. See, now I understand. This face isn't acceptance, it's smugness. That's true, she did have brass knuckles in episode 2, I remember now. Pretty based, honestly. And then Renove does back sway and counter hit pile bunkers her, and she dies instantly. I just gotta hit you 2 more times, right? As Renove jumped backwards, somersaulting in midair, he violently wiped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become, not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and in its place was a grin filled with a delight he hadn't felt in so many centuries that he couldn't remember. We're gonna fight now. This is pretty based, actually. Into the hole. Into the hole, fat boy. Suddenly, beneath George's feet, a pitch-black pitfall opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by that, George fell out of a pitch-black hole that had opened up in the ceiling of the arbor. As George fell down, he was hit by a reverse roundhouse kick from a sharp stiletto heel, like a strike from a carefully aimed bee. I didn't expect her to just start beating his ass. I thought she was gonna throw a bunch of magic at him. No wonder they made a fighting game. The instant George, after being blown out of the arbor, thought that he'd be swallowed up by a rose bush. Another pitch-black hole opened there and swallowed George up. And this time, a pitch-black hole opened at Galp's feet before her eyes, spitting a defenseless George out of it. At that time, Galp had already finished her preparatory motions for the next reverse roundhouse kick. This bitch is doing combos. Right side of the head, below the right armpit, side of the right knee. As Gop danced and spun like a small cyclone, she kept hitting him left foot, right foot, right foot with successive roundhouse kicks. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from underneath him and making him fall down. Hell sweep! But of course, there was I didn't know she was a Mishima. But of course, there was no floor there but a pitch black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. Gop once again spun around like a small cyclone. George was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But you did multiple strikes. Shine! She does electric wind god fist? The sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's lower chest as he fell from the ceiling. And then, time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gop's raised leg. What, she's doing Jury's super now? Still pinned in midair, George moaned. Then Gop, with George still hung up on her foot, grinned. Unfortunately, George is not a strong boy. Gop finally released George. She kicked upward one more time, changing into another roundhouse kick and knocking him into a pillar. That's true. He did, you know, I was thinking like Kinzo's like 90 years old, but then again, he did lift Kraus up with a single finger earlier in this chapter, so, you know, whatever. Yeah, Kinzo is very Heihachi pilled.
悪くない動きですよ。しかし、レディーには少々ふさわしくないかと存じます。
いやー、ひょろひょろと。
He is doing back sway.
反撃してこねえのかよ。なめてんのか、うぜえやつ。
Renove dodged skillfully, jumped back, and avoided Jessica's fist, but he still didn't strike back himself. Because of this dodge that was as rapid as a fluttering flag blown by strong winds, Jessica's fist wasn't even able to reach him. Amidst the sensation that her own blood was boiling, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large for a bedroom, it was a very cramped place to keep up such exaggerated dodges in for long. She calmly realized that and started using not just her fists, but her legs as well. Yamato Damashi! Remember your breathing, Jessica! Yamato Damashi!
ボクシングは腕でやるだけのうちは半人です。
Your leg movements, Jessica!
腕は
Yamato Damashi!
かける獅子のよう。そして足は冷たく
You have no dignity.
蛇に足はねえぜ。
She's got you there, Renove.
確か
Gutter trash! Jessica began cornering Renove towards the wall with perfect footwork. She didn't let him get around her. Renove's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed a large footing. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica knew the characteristics of her weapon, the brass knuckle, very well. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't give the opponent a chance to defend. Even if they blocked with their arm, that arm would receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she cornered him. With this fist, she'd whittle away at this demon who'd lost any way to escape.
おっとおやいつ
ようやく追い詰めたぜ。みんなを捕らえている場所はどこだ。
Corkscrew
場所
blow!
はどこだ。洗いざらい喋ったらそのヒゲをむしり取るだけで勘弁してやるぜ。
それは困ります。これでもセットに毎朝1時間をかけているのですか。
ギブスの世話になったらそれもできねえな。
I didn't... You know, I'd made jokes before about how Renove looks kind of like Slayer. I didn't expect him to literally be Slayer. There's no way Ryukishi isn't a Guilty Gear fan. Renove had blocked Jessica's fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. Jessica grinned. Renove smiled the same way, but twitched slightly.
なるほど。これは確かに痛いですね。
最終勧告。泣いて詫びろ。
それはできませんね。キャラが崩れます。
お前が崩れ落ちるといいぞ。鶴瓶打ちだ。
She's doing the punches. Wada 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 wada. Jessica's fists were buried into Renove, but there was a resistance that seemed too hard, and the sound of breaking glass, which startled Jessica. At a glance, it looked like Renove had caught Jessica's fist with his palm. That wasn't quite true. When Renove opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like glass shield appeared, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth. Ura ura ura! Pulling herself together, Jessica let her fist fly again, but with a truly magnificent gesture, Renove caught all of them. He's doing Mappa play. He's doing Mappa.
悪魔ですので、この程度の魔法くらいは、それにして魔法くらいありますね。人間だったら、私はここで降参だったでしょう。悪魔だから、まだ戦い続けることができる。
おかしな真似を。
それで終わりですか。
What it is?
攻撃を繰り出すばかりで、ご自身の防御
Oh
が
no.
おろそかではありませんか。
He's using Faultless. Renove's palm shot to within a hair's breadth of Jessica's stomach. Jessica was knocked away by the purple shield, rolled backwards, and smashed her head on the bed.
人間ごとき、私のシールドは破れません。もう二度と私の体に触れることができる。
Yeah, see, there was Pile Bunker, finally. He did back sway Pile Bunker.
そのシールドごとぶち抜いてやるぜ。
不屈なか。
Ah, I see, she's a melty player.
その根性。なるほど。次期当主として実にふさわしい。もう少しお相手させていただきましょうかね。これも試験官の役得です。
砕けろ。
Kurakura! Gop looked down on George, sneering. George was on a path in the rose garden, lying face down in a puddle. The merciless rain beat down on him so that it looked as though even the heavens were mocking him.
立ちなさい。また落ちるわよ。
George stood up shakily. It seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage done to his body was fairly significant.
命乞いなさい。君のしていることは何も選ばない4番目の選択肢に同じ。君が選んだのは
Yeah, I'm like, now I know why they made a fighting game of this.
両手両膝をついて詫びれば。
Gop's definitely in the fighting game too, right?
そしたら君を地下牢へ案内してあげる。そこで君は愛するシャノンと
She's not? That's insane. She was doing like teleport
他の
kicks.
人質たちを一人ずつ殺していくの。できるわよね。その覚悟はあると。君は
She was doing the most fighting game stuff. George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender.
あまり強情が過ぎると今度こそ
Gop's strength was evident. That was probably clear even more than it was to George himself, to Shannon's group watching through the three-sided mirror.
庄司様、もうやめて。私なんかのために。
姉さん、
私のことなんて好きにならなければ、ジョージ様は誰とも戦わなくていいんでしょ。なら、私なんて捨ててください。
George's resolve is too powerful for this.
忘れてください。
There was no way that voice could have reached George, but even so, George answered.
嫌だね。僕は屈服しない。
へえ、どうして？
それが僕の覚悟だからだ。僕はシャノンのために。
I know George is in the fighting game, which must be hilarious, because he has done nothing physical.
そして全てに認めさせ、全てに僕たちを祝福させる。
ねえ、聞かせて。どうしてあのシャノンとかいう家具のためにそこまで言えるの？なんなの？ただの出来損ないじゃない。給仕一つ満足にできないガラクタ家具だわ。
Honestly, she seems to be pretty good at her job. I don't know why we're using this as an insult.
僕はそれ以上許さない。
だったら何？ひ弱な僕ちゃんが私にどう抗うというのかしら。
人を愛するとは強さだ。それを知ったから。
I guess she does like trip over stuff sometimes.
シャノン。
Just imagine you're like dropping food everywhere like Kobeni in that one chapter of Chainsaw Man.
僕は君を愛している。その言葉だけで僕は何度でも立ち上がれるんだ。
シャノンは力をよ。私に愛を語られてる。
Yeah, Ramvroger.
いや、伝わった。それが愛だからだ。シャノンには今、僕の言葉が聞こえているよ。そうだと信じられることこそが愛だ。
こいつ。
シャノン、君は家具なんかじゃない。家具だったとしても世界でただ一つの
It's very possessive, George, but okay.
生涯僕と寄り添ってほしい。僕には君が永遠に必要だ。
庄司様。
焼けるわ。口説きならうちの人を超えたわね。
若さですな。
I forgot Nanjo's still here. This must be really awkward for him. He's like, all these kids are professing their love. I'm not related to any of them. I'm kind of just standing here.
愛が が強さなら坊やはどうしてそんなにひ弱なの？その弱さがつまり君の愛の程度なわけね。婚約者への愛もひ弱、両親のあっけない死に様もひ弱。
I mean, for Shannon, I imagine how she plays in Golden Fantasia is just like the maids from Melty.
君の人生は
Throwing tables and
何
stuff.
から何までひ弱だわ。
He had Nanjo in the background. Hey, wait, didn't George say he was gonna kill us all? Wait, I can't be the only one who noticed that, right?
もし君が僕の強さだけでシャノンへの愛を確かめようというのなら、僕の愛を教えよ
う。なるほど。何度も蹴り倒されて転がされて、それでも立ち上がるのがシャノンからもらった強さだと。なら、あっけなく殺されたあんたのお父さんとお母さんからは何をもらったの？
At that time, there was a blackout, even though they were outside. Oh my god, is George doing this? What's going on? The thing blocking Gap's vision was the bottom of George's shoe. What? It had stopped right in front of the tip of Gop's nose. What is it saying? Oh, Eva taught him martial arts. That makes sense, actually. Several moments after, Gop jumped back. Of course, that was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he probably would have caused the damage he'd announced. It does sound like Vama a la Flamenco. Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is disciplined by fortitude.
君の暴力的意思表示は理解した。また、婚約者と両親への名誉毀損も理解した。そして、それを撤回する気はないんだね。
He's just like the kid. He's like, take it back right now, or I'll get mad.
君の攻撃はもう十分に理解した。
I have analyzed your weaknesses.
そろそろいいかな。反撃して。
A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. I'm always straddling the hole. The move won't work again. It was an extremely smooth dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver.
忍耐とは熱くならず冷静に相手の出方を研究することだ。何のために決まってるじゃないか。わかるかい？反撃してきっちり借りを返し、二度とちょっかいを出したくないと思わせ、涙と鼻水で顔面をぐちゃぐちゃにして、それを拭うのを忘れて、額を地面にこすりつけて、何度も謝りたくなるほどに完膚なきまでに。
This is so funny. George is so funny.
叩きのめすためだよ。
George dashed. Pitfalls opened one after another, but George didn't step in them again. And, because he was persistent, he was able to reach Gop a second time. It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gop's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gop's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gop kicked at George's shins as a diversion, and in the instant of weakness when he tried to deal with that, she aimed a kick at his stomach. It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel, but it sliced through the air where George no longer was. By Gop's side, George calmly announced that, his foot still raised. If that monarch's heel had swung down, a collarbone fracture would probably have been the least of her worries. Backdash. She jumped backwards to open a large gap between them. She jumped and leapt and even flipped in midair, increasing that distance. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason it was very similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance between them, she'd be able to fight at the range that was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking techniques. We'll see how that works for you. When she magnificently landed and tried to aim a pitfall, a razor-sharp wind cut Gop's bangs. Yes, it cut them. It happened twice. This time, it didn't just stop a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure. Gop was too shocked to speak. George had closed in over all that distance in an instant, letting off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Furthermore, with the accuracy and edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than several of her bangs. I don't have to hit you, I just have to show you I'm really strong and you'll kneel like Vegeta. In short, this is what it meant. This was why all of George's attacks up until then had stopped a hair's breadth away. Those bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had all been performed so splendidly. Also, if George had wished it, any one of those would probably have crushed Gap. He had, daringly, not done that. That's so funny! George is so funny! Gop had to admit it. She had to admit that George understood force even in its truest sense. Oh, is she gonna summon the goats and he's just gonna kick them to death? Bwam, bwam, bwam. As a large pitch-black hole opened in the sky, thunk, 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 3 muscular goat attendants fell out. They surrounded George. Human power. Meatballs! I cooked a meatball. When George proclaimed that, a faint red magic circle rose up around him. It seemed that George couldn't see it. However, Gop, being a demon, could. He's using magic now. Counter character. From a demon's perspective, that may have been magic, but in George's eye, it was determination. He's filled with determination. It was a determination filled with certainty, which would be merciless to anyone who wished to fight anymore, and which would force him to prepare for a significant counterattack. Determination with certainty becomes magic. Renove had been accurately blocking Jessica's fists with his shield, but something felt odd. Even though he was certainly catching them on the shield, he felt his arm get jarred and it hurt. It should have prevented all physical damage. However, the physical damage from her fist was gradually being transmitted to his arm, piling up. Renove tried to act like he was composed so that this wouldn't be noticed.
私はバテねえぜ。どうしたよおっさん。ちっとは答えてきたかよ。
いくら攻撃しようとも無駄ですよ。私のシールドはあなたには砕けない。
She'll just have to break your arm through the shield. I don't know, it seems effective to me.
砕けないからってよ。殴るのをやめはしないぜ。どんな硬い心にだって言葉はわずかずつ響き、やがてはひびを入れることだって。
You're doing that, but with your fists.
私は信じてこの世に無駄な努力なんて存在しないってな。だから生きるんだろ。思いっきり。
思いっきり。
言葉だっていつか通じるなら、拳だって。
I mean, yeah, probably even more true for fists, I would think.
私の辞書には諦めるって文字は書いちゃいねえんだぜ。
なんだぜ! Renove's like, uh-oh, this is looking bad for me. Those words were probably aimed at Canon. Canon, who had seemed to reject Jessica's words. But Jessica knew that no matter how stubborn his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. She believed that they would surely catch his heart, that the day would come when he would stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself, and that he'd step out into a new life. So Jessica didn't give up. She didn't lose heart. A girl. Oh. At that time, Renove certainly saw. He saw the reddish glow of light that encircled Jessica's fists. He's like, I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. Inside her unrelenting fists and determination dwelled the power to succeed no matter what. From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Determination with certainty becomes magic. Renove 10% serious mode. I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. But even so, I'm sure I'll be able to teach Canon-kun about a new world someday. So I'm not gonna lose heart in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone. You go, Kraus. Kraus was repeating his useless effort to show someone to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. Nothing is useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by those black pitfalls and disappeared. Now was their once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was their only chance to break the bars. We gotta use our big bodies. I'll use... Kyrie is big in one place, I guess. Oh, is he gonna do it finally? Come on, use your energy sword Sunday.
いいよね姉さんもう一度だけあがいても
Hey, you've got 4 episodes left to struggle. Let's not just say one more time left.
私ももう一度だけあがくよ。一度だけじゃない。何度でも。
Jessica's voice had reached Canon. It certainly had permeated into his cold, rock-like heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. If the love he had shown was embodied by strength, she would have to respond in the same way. Yeah, Energy Sword Sunday is back! An incredible metal sound rang out. In the first flash, several metal bars were severed horizontally, and in the next flash, they were severed horizontally again, causing many metal bars to clatter the ground like bamboo shoots cut by a sword. Kraus, Kyrie, and Nanjo didn't even have a clue what had just happened.
南條先生、お屋敷や廊下をどっちに？
I'm so sorry. I have to be right back real quick. It'll be really fast because I'm so into this. I can't hold it anymore. Give me a second. Oh, see, I told you it'd be fast. Ugh, I'm so relieved. What a relief that was. Okay, I'm back. I was holding that for like an hour. My goodness. Woo! I'm back in the game now. We can continue this fighting game segment. Canon finally had the balls to pull out his energy sword. Oh, that's right. Nanja has been to Kuadorian before.
参りましょう、旦那様方。すぐにワルギリア様に気づかれます。
あんたたちは一体何なの？
We're magic! When Canon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulders, smiled, and spoke.
私たちは人間です。
Yo! It's playing the cool guy song.
警戒網に反応、脱獄です。なぜか見張りのヤギがいません。
どうしてです？
I love how funny Virgilia has been in this episode. She has done nothing.
ガーフですね。
That bitch.
人の召喚物を勝手に。ガブガブ。
She hates her. She hates her whole pussy.
交戦規定確認。脱走者への射殺許可を申請であります。おやりなさい。やっちゃいなさい。
What was that?
ガブガブガブガブ。ガブ。
What is going on?
了解であります。45、41。
Did she trip?
追撃狙撃戦準備。男子、収束誘導弾。ワルギリアさん。
Guided cluster rounds?
そうでした。 ここから逃がしはしませんよ。ガプガプ言ってましたかね。
Is that she bit? What is this? What are you talking about, lady? The underground passage in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was, of course, locked. However, that was no problem for them now.
カノン、また鉄格子だ。頼む。
はい、旦那様。
Energy Sword Sunday! It looks bigger.
原理など興味ない。大事なのは彼に鉄格子が切断できて、ここが気にするのがカノン。やれ。
お任せよ。
Canon sliced the metal bars again with his cursed red blade. Curved red blade, not cursed, sorry. But there was a harsh, strange noise, and the metal bars only had a slight scratch.
なんと、これは頑丈な。
違う、エンチャントされてる。ワルギリア様の魔法杖だ。
切断できる。
もちろん。でも時間をかけるよ。
What, now he has to use it? Now he has to use it like a blowtorch? After taking a deep breath and concentrating his mind, Canon extended a red curved sword again. When he pressed it hard against the middle bars, sparks sprayed. Wow, okay, I didn't expect my prediction to be literally true again. Almost as though he's melting through it with a burner. That was like, did you see how her sprite came in? That was weird. It like warped.
敵に捕捉されました。下がってください。
追って。誰も来てないわよ。
私の後ろに下がってください。狙われてます。45データ治療。
There it is. Firing guidance system started.
標的は捕捉。地形誤差修正。射撃曲線形成。
I love this. I love this like mecha firing sequence for the Cheester sisters. It's so cool.
410データリンク。
It's like when they're firing the giant cannon in a mecha anime and they're just kind of saying nonsense things like this. It's so cool.
410データ受領。危険区域確認。問題なし。
Right into the hazard zone.
WO 師団装填48発。個別誘導 F&F。収束誘導弾準備完了。
45射撃準備完了。収束誘導弾装填。410射撃。
Yeah, that's what they called it at the end of episode 3, right? That's why they couldn't shoot at Battler. He doesn't believe in magic so hard that they can't hurt him with it. They called it the Endless Nine, that's right. Woo! A golden arrow that sparkled gold was fired, leaving a gold trail streaming behind. It drew a curve, went through the door, through the keyhole, down the stairs, towards the underground path at full speed.
何か光りましたぞ。
黄金の矢はシールドで防げない。カノン君、迎撃態勢。
Interception stance? Link?
ゲートキーパー了解。
What?
姉さんと一緒に戦うのは久しぶりだ。
Combos. They're a tag team.
本気でやる。
なら問題ない。
Canon stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind him, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind deep, deep into the darkness of the underground path. A guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini-arrows. Yeah, like, we're on some Macross stuff right now. The Atano circus of magic arrows. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess a perfect wounding and killing power against personnel. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possesses autonomous guidance towards their individual targets.
分裂した。
収束誘導弾分裂確認。師団46、7、8、48全弾捕捉。迎撃完成。カノンへデータリンク。
カノンデータ受領。
She's like the targeting system and he's the weapon.
48発全部見える。
撃優先順位に注意。姉さんを信じて。
もちろんだ。僕は目を開ける必要
This is so cool.
迎撃開始。
See, I'm waiting for this all to be a trick by Beato again, and she's like, see, Battler, I put in that anime shit you like.
迎撃されました。
にゃ
48発全部。
シャノンとカヌはもともと一組の家具ですからね。
Oh, they're like Iris and Colonel.
手強いこと。あいつ
How hard is that bitch bite her
再
tongue?
装填弾種を変更
Oh, new ammo type? Precision light speed sniper rounds.
精密狙撃戦準備
The Cheester sisters have to be in the fighting game, right? I'll be really excited if they're not.
ゲートキーパーごときじゃ防御不能だに。精密狙撃戦了解。
410 is? That's fine. I didn't expect all of them.
精密射撃用データ収集開始。
No, don't think too hard about it, Nanjo. Just enjoy how cool it is. 45 comes in for special moves. Yeah, that's kind of what I would expect. Like, they are used as strikers. Yeah, I like 410 the most. She is very quirky.
一つわかるのは二人に頼らず
All I know is that this shit is sick.
カノン君、ありがとう。鉄格子に戻って。多分、次のは迎撃できない弾が来る。
そんな攻撃をどう防ぐんだ。
撃たせません。
We simply kill them before they shoot us.
冷戦。
Spirit particle combat countermeasures. At those words, Canon closed his eyes tightly and ground his teeth. With Shannon at the center, a pressure and impact that only non-humans could perceive struck. Meow. Hacker Man. They hacked him.
射撃システムエラー。
Lucifer acts as the face for all seven sisters. That makes sense.
霊波妨害霊視防護急げ何をしてるか
Reboot it. Reboot the system. Reboot the Magi. They got the angel and the Magi. We gotta kick it out. We gotta reboot it. An unseen, unheard impact had struck the Cheester sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering their ears, but 45 didn't make it in time. As she stood bolt upright, her eyes rolled. Okay, well that's her, I guess. IME?
私もノイズがひどいに。
45、410、そして WO、損傷、狙撃戦を断念。リンクで、モル再起動しないと。
You gotta. I was actually joking about the reboot. Come on. Raising their spirit particle sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released. Hamon! And not only 45 who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410 who had been linked with her were taken down.
大丈夫ですか？後でまた美味しい紅茶を入れてあげますからね。しっかり。
申し訳ございませんであります。再起動をかけます。数百秒ほどお待ちを。
Several hundred seconds? That's a long time. All of the Cheester sisters had fallen over. They would probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while.
家具がブーブー一時的にとはいえ退けますか。なるほど。
Oh, she's doing that one face again. It's been a while. I haven't seen that one since the end of episode 3. Virgilia tore the air with a large gesture, motioning as through opening a door. More goats! I can make a lot of those guys.
脱走者たちを殺して捕らえなさい。死体でいいのですよ。どうせ蘇生できるし。
I'm summoning the boys. A gold-colored door opened in the air, and countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out. The 5 boys that are the fastest. Gambatte. Vergilia clapped her hands, urging them on. A prize! After facing each other at those words, the goats all rushed out the door at once, trying to get out, making the exit as packed as the Tozai or the Yamanote rail lines in the morning. They're all what is this Scooby-Doo shit? Each wanted to get out first, so none of them could get out. Vergilia held her head in frustration. They're all stuck in the door. By that time, Canon had managed to cut enough bars to make a crack that could be slipped through. It had been a bit of work for Kraus, as large as he was, and Nanjo with his lethal waist. But even so, they all managed to make it through. But after they did, they only had a couple seconds to be relieved. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them. I can't do shit! There was a sweat on Canon's forehead. You could tell at a glance that cutting the metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, had physically exhausted him. Only he could do it. Holding tightly into those words, Canon concentrated his mind once again and set himself to the task of cutting metal bars again. I mean, I feel like at least Kraus and Kyrie can fight the goats. If only they had the shoddy like Rosa did. Those guys suck. Shannon held her hand out towards the metal bars they had gone through, but she stopped right away. Oh no! Kyrie and Anjo are like, what the fuck is this bitch talking about? I'm always saying this. You better not bully my cute bunnies or I'll make you painful too. Yeah, they're big and stupid. I don't know what the fuck is going on, man. Kyrie picked up a metal bar that Canon had just cut. Kraus had no weapon, but he rubbed his fists, and the two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage where the shaking was coming from. Yeah, let's see you use those fisticuffs, Kraus. You're a big guy. What? What? They couldn't tell for sure since they didn't have the three-sided mirror, but there was no guarantee that George and Jessica would still be alright against the demon opponents after all this time. More or less. We just have to run really fast. Not just like, wait, I'm old and fat, please. Let's fucking go. Then the roars of beasts rang out from the darkness, and several fiery, glowing, bright red eyes appeared. Goats that were several levels more massive than the guards were rushing with an incredible force. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. They brought a frightening intensity and terror, but Kyrie actually laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the crack in the bars. They might be able to break them, though. They look very big. The group of goats crashed into the metal bars with a fierce sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars bent as if collapsing. Their charging power was on par with a train. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they would likely have overwhelmed the 5 of them and crushed them in an instant. When the group of goats pressing up against the metal bars noticed the 5 people right in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Or maybe that was out of pain from their game of push and shove. One calm goat among them figured out what should be done about the metal bars, and grabbed 2 of them with its massive arms and began bending them as though opening double doors. Kyrie sharply jabbed her metal pole at the goat's vitals. The goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down. Go get him, Kraus. Still holding the metal pole she had stuck out, Kyrie relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. Kraus ran there with all his might, jumped up, and kicked down with all his weight and kicking power combined. All of that destructive power was focused on a single pole, drilling it in. Nanjo, are you trying to sound cool? That's the goat who'd taken a pile bunker to its vitals, brides with teary eyes. It nodded its head. Even Nanja gets to have, like, to try to have a cool one-liner. Hey, Kyrie, we're both down a spouse, you know. Okay, we're back to George moments. We're going back and forth a lot. The goat's massive bodies were buried in rose bushes. Even taking into account that a leg's power is 3 times that of an arm's, his strength surpassed common sense. To think that those massive bodies had been kicked in the chin and flown through the air, it was too fierce. Even George seemed a little surprised. This is so goofy, I love it. Oh, I see. George is like a Toho. He gets powered up by grazing. Why would you tell me this? This seems like information that I can really use. That's why Gop couldn't easily touch him. The counterattack style barrier had no defensive power. However, because of its countering ability, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The goats had been foolish and so had attacked without worrying, but his second effect had worked in full offense against Gap. He literally says, I'm sure to win because my speed is superior. He lightly dodged the log-like arms. When those arms touched the barrier that protected George, they let off a strong red light. The tip of the counter-attacking foot would then again the same sparkle, and the superhuman power of the goat added to its own. The second goat fell forward and floated in the air for a second. Then, George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the fallen goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped it might get away with its life. But no! A heel was dropped onto the back of its head and it was forced to kiss the ground. He does that double kick thing you see all the time in anime, where like he does a roundhouse that kicks them in the air and then he swings his foot over and does an axe kick. Koitsu! The only way to finish off George, now that his body was wrapped up in a counterattack style barrier, was to deny him a chance to counterattack. Nothing to do but suck him into the abyss next, then kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him, until she kicked him to death. But George had already completely seen through the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gop's pitfalls. If he could jump over the next pitfall, then this time he would probably pulverize Gap's head with his whirlwind-like kick without holding back in the slightest, just as had been done to his parents. She was able to envision that scene vividly. Gop hated Kinzo more than ever for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Meanwhile, with Renove, even though Renove held out his shield, he had finally started using his hands. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to block Jessica's fists anymore. You feel like you're not watching the same visual novel right now? Me neither, buddy. The I've said this in every episode, but it seems like more and more of the family members each episode become stronger at resisting the demons and magic and stuff. Like in the third one, Rudolph and Kyrie and Canon managed to kill a stake, but they still got in the end. This time they're like actually winning really hard. For now, at least. Like every episode, the family manages to put up a better fight. The enchantment on Jessica's fists grew the more she fought. The permeating upgrade had already grown several times. Yeah, that's true. We needed this after, like, the back-to-back shit with Anji and Maria. We needed, you know, this is good pacing. The permeating upgrade had already grown several times, and those fists had also been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, and a speed upgrade, making them fists worthy to fight on par with a demon. She's leveling up.
ジェシカ様の動きと思考、動体視力が飛躍的にエンチャントされているのです。私の動きは最初から変わっていません。あなたの動きが私を捉えつつあるのです。
それでも反撃はしねえわけか。
これが私のこだわりですね。
He is just Slayer.
しかし、このままというわけにはいきません。そろそろ本気で終わりにさせてもらいますよ。
Renove's face turned into an expression he hadn't shown before. It was full of respect for Jessica in a truly demonic way. Because it was an expression he only showed for enemies who made him get serious. The song like slowed down, oh my god. With a gesture of his whole body that you couldn't call elegant, Renove held out a shield with all his strength. A shield the size and thickness of a wall. Ace Attorney Fighting Game 1. Hey, they put Phoenix right in Marvel 3. That's close. It was more tenacious than a simple shield. It literally was a wall. And on top of that, with all of Renove's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid. Ura! Dempsey roll! When Renove made a magic sign, almost like a ninja. He's doing ninja hand signs. The wall glowed red for just an instant, and some kind of ominous power dwelt within it. Jessica was able to recognize that almost immediately with her body. Every time her fist hit the wall, pain as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body rebounded against her. Right, now he's got a counter attack barrier like George. DPS race.
ジェシカ様が膝をつくのが先か。壁見物させていただきましょう。
打ち破ってこの壁ごとお前の横っ面をぶっ飛ばす方が先かもな。見てやがれ。
Without hesitation, Jessica punched using both fists. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, torturing her entire body. Instantly, several red gashes appeared all over her. She grimaced at the intense agony, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lips curved in a grin that stood in sharp contrast to the pain. Ike!
私たちは平気だが、奴らを防ぐ鉄格子が平気ではなさそうだ。
もう少しです。こいつらキリがないわ。
They're big and really angry. The group of goats made the metal bars creak. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. I'd play a Danganronpa fighting game for sure. The way those countless hands grabbed the metal bars sometimes happened to match up by chance. Several hands grasping two metal bars neatly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and that crack was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, but they weren't getting anywhere. They couldn't stop the gap from spreading left and right. At that time, there was a loud metal sound behind them. Canon had finally finished cutting. Lady Fast. Oh no, his blade! Kanon's red sword that had cut the metal bars disappeared. He must be too tired or something. Spirit particle area of influence. This is like the most chuny shit ever.
よくも大魔女と呼ばれた私にここまで抗ったものです。もはやその地下道ではあなたたちの魔法は使えませんよ。
A magic circle column drew a complex magical formula with Virgilia at the center. With such genuine magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she had withstood as long as she had. Uh-oh. Kids these days. We're all on different operating systems. It's hard. Listen, Double O is running on Linux. You know how this shit works. I know exactly how you feel. I feel this exact same way every time OBS updates. Windows sucks, I know. Call the IT team! Unfortunately, that's all she can say right now. Oh, Endless 9, I get it. Poor Virgilia. I feel almost bad for her. She instantly got really pathetic in this episode. I guess I'll do it myself. The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Virgilia was again shocked by this congestion.
他のヤギにご褒美を奪われたくないから邪魔をし合っている。
This was a bad idea on your part, wasn't it, Virgilia?
このおバカヤギたちが！私が行きますから道を開けなさい。何？嫌ですって？ワルギリア様がご褒美を奪うつもりだ。
These goats are so funny.
なんでスクラム組んでるんですか？
Oh no, they're on strike. They're unionizing.
きつい狭い。いつからここはヤギ専用車両に？
Oh, cute.
今お尻触った子、次の駅で降りなさい。何あなた？
No butt touching.
こっちへ来いって。
What's okay? That singular goat scab, I guess. The five in Krause's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't dawdle around in an underground place like this. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. If they could meet up, there would no longer be more sorrow. At that time, a terrible rumble started chasing them. Had their pursuers finally made it through the metal bars? But they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. However, that rumble and the dirt that fell here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer, finally catching up with them and even going past them. It felt almost like being chased by ghosts. For a second, they thought they'd gotten away, until the ceiling in front of them fell in, and a single goat stood in their path. Oh, I see. It was above them. Virgilia was sitting on its shoulder.
賢い子が近道を知っていました。偉い子ですね。一等賞ですよ。後で手作りのサバのカレーにご馳
Ooh,
走したい。
curry. Maybe it was really happy about that dubious prize. The massive goat showed— wait, mackerel curry? God damn it, you're still Kumasawa. The massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and writhing. Virgilia leapt down, laughing that this time it was finally checkmate. That's a good face.
ダメだ。魔力が完全に殺されてる。
まだよ。魔法がなくても私たちにはまだこの体がある。
無茶だ。あんな化け物にあの不思議な力がなくて戦えるわけ。
He is rather large. This song does sound very Tekken. A lot of the faster paced songs in Umineko sound like something from Tekken. Yeah, put up your dukes, Krause. You can handle him.
させませんよ。
When Virgilia clapped her hands, a purple magic circle wall appeared behind her, stealing even the faint hope that Krause had been betting on. We're trapped! Yeah, you try punching the barrier, Krause.
本気なの？無理よ。あんな巨大な化け物に。
Where's your fighting spirit, Kiri? I know you don't have a gun this time, but you were pretty fired up in the last episode.
他の方法を考えましょう。
思いついたら提案してくれたまえ。それまでも私が何とかするしかないようだ。さあ、下がりたまえ。
気をつけて。
That's true, she doesn't have Rudolph to inspire her.
あなた一人でこの子と戦うつもりですか？
He's like, I don't know, maybe it'll work. Even Crash is like, I don't know, maybe we'll get lucky.
マグリでも勝てるつもりとお思いですか？身の程知らずのあなたのために私が状況を整理して差し上げましょう。何？あなたが 100% の力を発揮したとして
What is this, Dragon Ball now? We're talking about power levels? I have a power level of 530 million.
まあ、確かに戦いには不確定要素もあり その戦闘力に多少の倍率がかかることも認めましょう。しかしそれでもあなたがこの子を倒せる。
What's the 2? Where did that 2 come from? Does anybody else see that? What's that 2? Was that there before? That wasn't there before. It made like a little noise. Where it wasn't. Did I miss the 1? Wait, 3. You see, Kraus, when you look at this goat and when you look at yourself, you see that you have a 6 in 10 chance. The numbers don't lie. Virgilia and the goat guffawed together. What is the number? What is going on? Yeah, it's true. Kraus is a gambler. No, Kraus, this isn't like your NFTs. This'll pay out even less. This is what you call the funniest scene in the question arc? Oh, I'm ready. I'm so excited to find out what that little number means. It's like that one edit of Watchmen where Ozymandias is like, I can make little number 9s appear. No, that's not true, right? There it is again! Hang on. What is this number? Why is it going up? What? There it is again. 6? Yeah, what is... You hear it too? Okay. It's true, you just need to not get hit. I just have to punch it really hard. Okay, Kraus, let's see how this works out for you. You're kind of fat now. Yeah, we're not in an official sanctioned boxing ring. Kraus loves cheating. He can do that here. What are we talking about? Okay, let's see how this works out for Kraus. What? Where did her good voice go? Oh, she's just thinking, okay. How shallow. I know what you're after. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Kraus both step in with all their strength to settle the fight with a single blow, their power will be double what it is normal. Both will crash together, so it's a relative 4 times normal. Even if, on top of that, the strike lands on a weak point for a critical hit, that will only double the power again. In short, Kraus's maximum power level of 6 times 8 would be 48 at the most. This math seems a little dubious to me. He might or might not be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. If you're killed every time you take a hit and your damage still accumulates, let's see, perhaps you might finally win when we get to episode 24, yes. Wait, what? Why are you breaking the 4th wall? Stop doing that. If only this series could stretch on so long. Wait, there it is again. Either way, you don't even have a slight chance at victory. Hey, seriously, what is that bing bong sound? Bing bong! Goat-kun.
全力を要望ですよ。本気の一撃で粉砕し、肉片に変えてやりなさい。
As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint. Is this what you wanted? I bet your hopes on the greatest limits of your power level and despair when even that gets you nowhere. It rang again! What the heck? It's really starting to get on my nerves! Bing bong! The goat howled in response. Then, with a matching timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullets shot out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. The goat's fiery glowing eyes clearly locked onto Kraus's face. He could perfectly see a vision of when he would step forwards, when he would punch through Kraus and blow him away, and when he would win perfectly. 9! Bing bong! The long, painful days up to that point drifted through the goat's mind. Bing bong! Wait. Why are we getting flashbacks that aren't real? Ganbare, Goat-kun! Those painful days of training when his senpais had picked on him? None of these flashbacks are real. Senpai? Why is he getting like flashbacks to his goat senpai sacrificing himself? Those faint glimpses of the worn concern his senpais felt for him. And why is the number still going up? You guys, what are you doing here? We're getting VNs that are fake! And the joy of that day his power had been acknowledged, when he had been accepted as one of the comrades. I never showed proper respect to my parents. That's right, didn't I plan to wash my hands? 15? Didn't I plan to wash my hands of this business when this job was over and return to my hometown? I'm sorry, little goat sister. Your Oni-chan always caused you so much trouble. And I actually have a childhood friend, and I'm gonna marry her when I get home! The death flags! Is that what the number is? It's the death flags? It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed. What is going on? The very instant the goat's left straight and Kraus's right straight cross counter! The goat obeyed Virgilia's order with super fast reflexes and pulled his straight back, repelling Kraus's punch. That's right, Virgilia's decision probably had been wise. After all, the number of loser flags amplifies the power level of one's opponent. So Kraus's power had been boosted 19 times. We had established it was 48 before. What's 48 times 19? Hang on. Let me type this in. 48 times 19. 912. That's pretty close. She said his power level was 1,000. The loser flags. Yamato Damashi, Gotkun, remember your breathing. Yeah, it's about honor. He's got to protect his honor as a goat. Oh no, you tripped a death flag, Virgilia, it's your fault. Yeah, now you're the villain cheering on an underling who is promised a fight of honor. You're trying to encourage him to cheat. Now he definitely won't.
あなたはやはり冷静を欠いていたわ。なんですって。直前に気づいて避けさせた私のどこが冷静でないと。
どうしてですか、キリン様。あのまま激突していたら旦那様の勝ちだったのでは。
そうか。
What is going on?
まだ足りないんだ。
We need to make Vergilia fuck up more. Krause's and the goat's double rush made for ×4. With a miracle as an ally, the firm promise of a critical hit doubled it again for ×8. On top of that, there was an amplification of ×20, equal to the number of loser flags, making for ×160. At a glance, that was an incredible amplification, but even so, Krause's power level was 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only made for a power level of 960. Just barely below the goat's 1000.
だから冷静じゃない。あなた失敗したわ。そのまま激突していれば、あなたの勝ちだったの。たとえそうだったとしても、この右ストレート、クラウスの頭を砕けば同じこと。死ね。
Oh no, you're gonna trip another loser flag saying that. Is it, please say it's a Dempsey roll? Or a corkscrew blow? After repelling Krause's right straight, the goat's right straight attacked the right side of Krause's face, which had been left open. But there, it crossed Krause's left straight. Oh no, it is a cross counter. This is just like Ippo! This is like the Sendo fight. The two punches crossed and time stopped as each aimed for the face of the other.
まさかこのタイミングで相打ちに持ってくるとは。しかし戦闘力は160倍止まりで960。うちのこの1000には及びませんでしたよ。
いや、ワルギリアさん、あんたの負けだ。
どうして？
あんた、最初のクロス。
Why does Nanjo know about this?
確かに、その次に繰り出した右ストレートが当たれば、クラウスさんは粉々にされていただろう。しかし、そいつをクロスされてしまった。こりゃあ、
What does Nanjo know about boxing?
悪いが、あんたんとこのヤギさんの乾杯だよ。
A cross counter has 4 times the destructive power of a normal punch. This is common knowledge in the boxing world. This is just like Ippo. And if it's blocked in the right straight hits, then it's a double cross counter with 8 times the destructive power. This is also common knowledge in the boxing world. And if that is crossed, then, by the principle of leverage, the triple cross would multiply the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully common knowledge in the boxing world. It's even written in the Minmei Shobu book. Everyone knows this, you idiots! This is common knowledge in the boxing world. Naruhodo.
双方2倍の踏み込みで4倍。
クリティカルヒットで8倍。
負けフラグの立てすぎで160倍。
そしてトリプルクロスカウンターでさらに12倍。
1920。
His power level is 11,520. Krause's punch now had the power to easily win the first Tenkai Budokai. He can beat Master Roshi. That was the first finalist, right? It was Roshi, right? Goku lost to Roshi. Right? It was Roshi and then Tien and then Piccolo. So we've confirmed this. Krause Ushiromiya clears Master Roshi.
これは勝利を最後まで諦めなかったクラウスさんの執念とあんたの慢心が招いた結果だ。
I need need a second. I need a second.
どちらが欠けてもこの威力にはならなかった。あんたよく戦った。
Nanjo, why do you know all this?
もう倒れてもいいんだぞ。
Nanjo clapped the goat on the shoulder. Your Oni-chan gave it his all. As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he bent backwards and fell on Virgilia. She has been crushed. The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virgilia. She wriggled around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she'd be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Virgilia had sealed broke. Alright, we can leave now. What an incredible moment!
テコの原理を侮ったのが君の敗因だ。
どうしてあのカウンターでテコの原理が働くのかしらね。永遠の謎だわ。
An eternal mystery. Goodbye, Goat-kun.
それでは失礼します。バルギリアさん。
Pecori. Yeah, I mean, Roshi blows up the moon in the first Budokai, so does that mean Kraus can blow up the moon with it pure force of cross-countering multiple times? Don't blow up the moon, by the way. I live there. After that, there was nothing to block their way. They ran intently through the underground passage. Jessica had finally been cornered with the wall at her back. Renove advanced with his magic circle wall bit by bit and would probably crush her against the other wall eventually. Considering the distance, she threw out her fists. This would be her final strike. No, I would never trip loser flags. I know better. I would never trip any loser flags. This would never happen to me. Jessica had dealt out many punches so far. The wall wasn't invincible. It had already started to crack, and it wouldn't be strange for it to smash at any moment. However, due to the rebounding damage, Jessica also had cuts all over her body and was all worn out.
あなたの処遇は親方様が決めますからね。しかし、ジェシカ様のナイスファイトは、
ナイスファイト。
私からも特に申し上げるつもりですよ。
ふざけるんじゃ。
Yeah, is Kinzo watching all this? He's like, this is the greatest shit ever. Where's Kinzo?
まだ終わっちゃいねえぜ。
あなたは満身創痍。立っている。
Kinzo's like, this is the anime of the season. He's watching it on his TV.
あなたは最後の一撃に全ての力を込めるつもりでいるようだ。
Honestly, I was surprised. I didn't expect Jessica to have a harder time than George. George is handling it. The damage reflected by Renove's magic circle wall was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch would be bounced back onto her. Oh, he's using mirror force. I hate it when that happens. The more all-out she went, the more suicidal it would be for Jessica.
わかってるぜ。そんなことはよ。
警告します。もうおやめなさい。それがあなたのためです。
強がるなよ。お前の壁がもう破れかかってるんだろ。殴ってきた私には手応えで分かってるんだぜ。
That was a fact. Renove's wall was already on the verge of breaking. And on top of that, Jessica's fists had been imbued with an unimaginable magical attack power by now, and their destructive strength defied the imagination. In the worst case, that destructive power might even pierce the defensive wall, smash Renove as well, and create an expansion connecting this room to the next. However, that damage would rebound on Jessica as well. She wouldn't escape unharmed. So it's a Mexican standoff. Renove is gonna get blasted, even if it leads to Jessica's downfall.
やかましいぜ。覚悟しやがれ。
Jessica howled, putting all the strength of her greatest and final destructive power into her fist. She roared. What's gonna happen? I want to know. Oh, we're back with George. Cliffhanger. The three goats had been beaten down long ago. Without straining to breathe in the slightest, George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gop. He was after her. He was planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gop was also aiming for a single strike. If she let that chance slide, she would be killed this time. Well, that shit's clearly not working anymore, so... Even the tiny opening during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal with George as an opponent right now. Gop cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed the gap between them. Excuse me. Everybody's fired up. For an instant, she thought George's body blurred, and then only his jacket was floating in the air. The moment she thought, darkness covered Gop. George, with his heels swung up high, was attacking from the sky like a massive dragon. Uh-oh, she baited him? Gop opened a vast pitfall with her in the center, swallowing up George along with herself. The two were swallowed up by the pitfall and spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But that was what Gop had been after, so she alone landed lightly. However, there was another pitfall on George's landing spot. Oh, she's gonna portal him. She's gonna make him, like, fall infinitely. Usunomiya Georgie! I don't know, Kinzo doesn't have those kicks. George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. He had probably been dropped the same distance as falling off the roof of a 2-story building. In the sky, he couldn't control his posture in any way. It was impossible to resist or defend or avoid. As Gop spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was the final strike, to perform his requiem. The final strike of the Queen Bee that would bore into heaven, knocking him down into the true abyss. The Void! Kinzo is obviously a grappler. You know what? That makes sense. She closed in on her prey and stuck her foot up into the sky. At that time, she saw George's face. Even though he was in midair, he was calmly adjusting his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand. He's doing the Gendo thing? And his posture was still preserved as that of an axe kick. Without the faintest deviation, he aimed for Gop's forehead. Inazuma kick! He always knew this was gonna happen. Wait, what? The final, strongest punch that Oh, she's gonna make him punch George. Uh-oh. The final, strongest punch that Jessica had raised reached the wall and was sucked in. It was sucked into a black, large hole that had suddenly opened on the wall. Sorry, George, you tripped the loser flag this time. Oh, they made them collide. Well, that sucks. That's unfortunate. That's a good face. I like the Scop face. Did you come back to George losing? They made them hit each other. Teehee. Jessica's fist had gone for George's stomach, and George's axe kick had lined up on Jessica's head. I can't believe Kraus is the only real winner. This is... Well, now they're the two who are close, right? The shocking, destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and scattered his abdomen. The same destructive power in George's axe kick smashed half of Jessica's head and scattered its contents in the same manner. Witches never reform! Oh, there she is. Wow, it's been a while since we talked to you. It's pretty funny. I'll be honest, this is pretty funny. I would be laughing like this if I had caused two people trying to kill me to hit each other and die instantly. Yarune! They're just a pair of besties. Yay! Yay! Beto and Gap casually high-fived each other.
I'm having fun.
Oh, hi, Battler. Yeah, you're not doing too great, I imagine, watching all this, huh? This is pretty ridiculous. The two who are close. I'm always supporting women's wrongs. Gop dropped Jessica's corpse to a pitfall, and all the chunks were thrown into Jessica's room, as carelessly as throwing something into the trash. Renee was like, ew, gross. Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured out all over her room. Renove shook his head slightly at this gruesome change of scenery. I told you!
もっともこの結末を予見し聞き入れないと分かっている忠告を重ねる悪魔の醍醐味は人間には分からないでしょうがね。
That's true, they do this all the time. It's a little genie-esque.
本当に面白かったわ、坊や。でもあんた、ちょっと言葉遊びが過ぎるわよ。そろそろ反撃してもいいかなが最高傑作
What a weeb you turned out to be.
あなた
A light novel?
ラノベか何かにかぶれするよ
Your moves were weak. In the arbor brutally decorated by George's and Jessica's scattered blood and guts, Gop enjoyed a loud laugh for a while. But she quickly realized that, in all seriousness, this was a little too filthy and undignified, and she snapped her fingers. There it goes. Goodbye, blood. Let's put all that stuff back in him. As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies rose up around her, stuck to each of the bits and bloodstains, and dropped them. Then, George's corpse returned bit by bit. And the brutal corpse with its guts torn out was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Was this some act of sportsmanship towards a dead rival? The heavens were split, because Gop had lifted her leg high, pointing at the sky. Jane. Game over. Splat! Without a trace of mercy, that foot stepped down and was buried into George's forehead. The stiletto heel that was sharp as a weapon pierced George's forehead. With a bloop, it was pulled out. It was like a mark proving that Gop certainly had finished him by her own hands. So much for that! Renove also returned Jessica's corpse to its original form, and unlike how it had been with George, he restored Jessica's life. Well, that went pretty badly for you, huh, Jessica? Shame he's gonna have to kill you again in a second. Renove's got a little bit more class. Jessica's mind was burning. For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere and having George's heel smash her head. Ripperoonie. Sometimes. Well, I guess we're down to Battler and Maria in the competition for successor. But the power that had burned through Jessica's body until a second ago had been completely lost. Jessica was aware of that herself. She was already dead. Omae wa mo shinderu. That's all, folks, Renove said. Goodbye. Renove turned his form into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. All that remained was the sound of the wind and the rain, and the figure of Jessica as she crouched down, leaning against the wall. Jessica could tell. She probably really would revert to the corpse she had been after 3 minutes. Was there anything she could do in those 3 minutes? She stood up and with a shaky gait took the phone that was on the desk. Oh, well, unfortunately, that's unfortunate. No one's gonna pick up that. Oh, okay. I thought she was calling the phone in Kuadorian. Battler, that's not gonna work. Her parts are already falling apart. She's undoing. Renove is hitting Control Z on that resurrection magic. How tragic.
うして食堂で6人が殺された時のこと歯切れが悪いのか。
Oh yeah, I wonder how Goda and Kumasawa are doing locked in the garage.
人間じゃねえんだぜ。
Huh?
見ちまったんだ。仕方ねえだろ。あいつらさ、ワープしたりバリア張ったりやりたい放題だぜ。どこの漫画だよ、アニメだよ。いや、マジでかなわねえぜ。最初からさ、戦うとか無理なんだよ。バトラが自慢してた棒仕掛けのやり程度
The hat stand, the spear, I forgot.
どうにかなる相手じゃねえぜ。
A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead. Oh, yep, Battler's next. Maria after him.
Test か。
違う。敵はどうせ人間だと間違えるなよ。敵は人間じゃない。恐ろしい魔法を自在に扱える悪魔なんだ。そこを絶対に間違えるんじゃねえぜ。
But magic isn't real, Jessica. Battler, shut up, I'm dying.
用心しろよ。
A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. Jessica realized that she was about to return to the corpse she had been. Right down.
黄金の魔女が蘇る。母さんたちが殺されて6人。これで第1の番。そして私とジョージ兄さんが死んで第2の番。あと5人殺されれば儀式は完成で魔女が蘇るってわけだ。
Let's see. Kraus, Kyrie, Danjo, Shannon, Cannon, Battler, and Maria are all that's left. Include, well, I guess we gotta conclude Kinzo.
もし無事じゃなかったらお前をテストするのは。
You know, it's rare that Shannon and Cannon outlive Jessica and George. Battler already didn't understand what Jessica was saying, but from her tone, he realized that she knew she was about to die. So even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to give it her all.
私はもう死んでるんだって。じゃあな、もう時間みたいだ。テスト頑張れよ。お前が当主になれるといいな。
Rip. Beato stretched the definition of two who are close really far this time? A little bit. But I mean, they were close when they hit each other so hard they both exploded, so you know. Battler's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver. As she leaned against the wall in that corner, crouched down, Jessica's head had been half smashed. And that is where we will have to stop for tonight. Could Good Umineko sesh, everybody. What a fucking party this has been. Wow. A lot happened this time, huh? A whole lot. What a ride. What a cruise we are on. This keeps getting more and more insane, and boy, how much am I enjoying it? A lot, that's how much. You know what, we're gonna raid KZ. He's playing God of War, which isn't anything like Umineko. But, you know, it is what it is. So we come back tomorrow for more Umineko. Maybe it'll get really fucking nuts again, and that'll be fun. Kraus is confirmed the strongest character in Umineko so far. He can clear Master Roshi, remember? So good night, and thanks for watching, and follow, and give me money. That's all I gotta say for the rest of the night. I hope everybody has fun watching God of War 3. Woo!